Good afternoon, everyone. The Sacramento City Council will please come to order. Would the clerk call the roll to establish a quorum?
Councilmember Kaplan? Here. Member Tao? Here. I'm sorry, say that again. Oh, yeah, okay, there goes. Oh, good. Mayor Pro Tem Palamontes?
Here.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
Here.
Vice Mayor Maple?
Here.
Councilmember Guetta?
Here.
Councilmember Jennings? Here. Councilmember Vang?
Here.
And Mayor Steinberg.
I am here. Vice Mayor Maple, would you please lead us in the land acknowledgement and the Pledge of Allegiance?
My pleasure. Please stand if you are able. Please rise for the opening acknowledgments in honor of Sacramento's indigenous people and tribal lands. To the original people of this land, the Nisenan people, the Southern Maidu, Valley and Plains Miwok, Putuan Minto peoples, and the people of the Wilton Rancheria, Sacramento's only federally recognized tribe. May we acknowledge and honor the Native people who came before us and still walk beside us today on these ancestral lands by choosing to gather today in the active practice of acknowledgement and appreciation for Sacramento's indigenous people's history, contribution, and lives. Thank you. Now remain standing, salute, and pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, a very good afternoon to everyone. Thank you to the city staff, my colleagues, most importantly, the members that we serve out in the public and the audience, but also watching today's council meeting. Today, they're all important. Today's an important meeting as we continue to move towards an on-time and balanced city budget by June the 11th. But before that, we have two special presentations and a consent calendar. And let me begin with special presentation 1, which is recognizing Public Works Week, presented by our Public Works Department. Oh, is that Councilmember Kaplan, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Before I start, I'd like to call up Matt Eierman, who's the Director of Public Works, just to say a couple of words.
Please.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Matt Eierman, Director of Public Works. Today, as we stand at the threshold of the 64th Annual National Public Works Week, we gather not only to celebrate, but to honor the heartbeat of our city. The unsung heroes behind our everyday comfort and safety, our professional public works team. In the bustling life of the city of Sacramento, it's easy to overlook the vast network of infrastructure that powers our daily lives. From the roads to the bridges and the bikeways we traverse, responding to storms and the safe disposal of waste and recyclables. None of it would be possible without the steadfast dedication of over 760 public works professionals who are committed to constructing, maintaining, operating, and enhancing the city's essential service. Our team, distributed across 7 divisions, manages over 3,100 miles of street infrastructure, more than 400 facilities, 2,600 fleet vehicles, and provides weekly recycling and solid waste services to 131,000 households. They also manage thousands of parking spaces and over 40,000 streetlights and champion initiatives for sustainable solutions, active transportation, and the planning and execution of major construction projects that increase accessibility for all of our citizens. These professionals are the pillars of our public service, promoting continuous improvements in transportation, sustainability, and public infrastructure. Administrative professionals complement these efforts with contract management, fiscal oversight, and administrative support. Their unwavering commitment pushes us toward a more sustainable and resilient future, showcasing their deep dedication to our city and its residents. As we observe National Public Works Week, we recognize the essential role these professionals play in protecting public health, ensuring safety, and enhancing our quality of life. Together, let's celebrate these true heroes who, day in and day out, build, enhance, maintain, and the very foundations of our city. Here's to our public works professionals. Their dedication does not just move Sacramento forward, it moves us all forward. I would like to conclude the speech by remembering a cherished member of our public works family, Gabriel Morales. who retired after 27 years of dedicated city service. Passed away on May 14th. Gabe, an operations general supervisor with our street maintenance division, was not only an outstanding employee, but also a person greatly admired by his colleagues. His passion for public service ran deep, and his absence will be profoundly felt. We honor his memory today and extend our heartfelt condolences to his loved ones. He will be deeply missed.
We would be happy to adjourn in his memory at the end of the meeting and do an official
Matt, if you would give me
proclamation, Matt. So please, and maybe we can get that to his family and to the members of your team. We're very, very sorry. It's a city loss.
And before we call up others, you know, it's a reminder of how much our public works do. And one of the things to think about is Sacramento's 3,100 lane miles that Public Works maintains cover a distance roughly equivalent from Sacramento to New York City. So they definitely put the work in and day out. And not only while we're recognizing National Public Works Week, I'd actually like to call out an employee that you have in Public Works, because we have Nicole Henderson, who was recognized by the American Public Works Association as Manager of the Year by the local chapter. And Cole is a supervising financial analyst with the city who is an expert in overseeing our public works budget, which is very important, so thank you, which is dealing with the complex, numerous funding sources from the general fund, tax fund, special district funding, Measure A sales tax, enterprise funds, and a series of state and federal grants, which should not be understated because state and federal grants generally ask a lot more. So I want to thank you, Nicole, for what you do for our city, and I think it's a perfect honor to honor Public Works and all that you do, and recognize how much you guys all do for the city and everyone in Public Works. So I've got a little resolution for you, but also for everybody in Public Works. I'm a firm believer in on budget. We all need a little sweetness, and for all the work that you do. So there's some insomnia cookies for Public Works to munch on, and you are not obligated to share. So, Mayor, if you want to come join me in recognizing, and Matt, if you want to bring up some of your Public Works.
Congratulations. Good to see you. Congrats to y'all. I miss your face. You don't think it's good there?
All right, squeeze it in.
One, two, three.
Right. Thank you so much. We do have one other special presentation, and this one was assigned to me. I'd like to ask Laura Teller with the Planning Department, if Laura would come forward. And this is acknowledgement and recognition of another successful cohort for the Planning Academy. This is an incredible city program with distinguished alumni like Councilmember Mai Vang. This academy has been, this academy has been part of the city outreach to the community since 2002, with nearly 600 community members participating. And the idea is basic, right? Basic civic democracy, to educate, to engage, and empower Sacramento residents and business owners on planning issues and how the city actually works. And I just want to say thank you for 20 plus years strong and going. And, you know, it's easy to overstate it, but we really need more of this sort of civic engagement and civic outreach to make sure that the people we represent are connected as much as possible with their city government and with the decisions that are made. There's nothing more important in terms of growing our city. So, Laura, I'm going to turn it over to you, and you can acknowledge the others who made this another year a success.
Thanks, Mayor, and good evening, Mayor and Council. As you mentioned, I'm Laura Teller. I'm an associate planner from the Community Development Department. It's a pleasure to be here this evening. Over the course of the past 3 months, my colleagues Alexi Wardell, Vic Randall, and I had the privilege of working very closely with this remarkable group of individuals behind me, our 2024 Planning Academy cohort. Together, they represent all 8 council districts and serve Sacramento communities through their employment and involvement in housing, public health, arts and entertainment, construction, real estate, environmental protection, transportation, and more. As a course facilitator, I had the opportunity to engage with them in class every Monday evening. Every week, they learned from our speakers and asked incredibly thoughtful and often very difficult questions. They're an extraordinary group, all displaying a powerful combination of genuine curiosity and a passion for making Sacramento a better place to live, work, and play. I would like to express my gratitude to these participants for their dedication, not just to this course, but also to the well-being and advancement of our city. I also want to recognize the fantastic city staff and those from partner organizations who participated as Planning Academy speakers and were so generous with their time and expertise. I'm delighted to introduce 2 of our cohort members who are going to share very briefly about their experience, Tyler Wunsch and Anacito Valingit.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, everybody present and everybody online. You know, people spend a lot of time getting better at things in life, such as becoming a better partner, getting a better job, better at a hobby, at sports, but rarely do we hear someone saying how they want to be a better citizen. And that's exactly why this Planning Academy is so important. It encourages all 36 of us to be better citizens and connect with like-minded residents and neighbors who want to learn and really create a better city. We are honored to be the City of Sacramento Planning Academy Class of 2024, and thank you so much for building a sense of community through civic pride and having such a wonderful and dedicated city staff team led by Laura, Alexi, and Vic to make this program truly world-class. A heartfelt thank you to our amazing speakers who inspired us for a stronger, more vibrant Sacramento, whether on Zoom or getting our steps in on multiple walking tours or breaking bread over in-person dinners. This program really is centered on relationships and fostering community connections. We have so much gratitude for the journey, and we're extremely grateful that the city offers this accelerated civic engagement leadership opportunity where I swear I learned more in the last 10 weeks than I have in the last 10 years. It takes the right tools and coordinated action to make a positive impact, and each of us now is equipped with these new tools from a city planning perspective, and I'm excited for what we do next. Sacramento is, after all, what we make it, and this academy encourages us to build a better future together. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor. I just want to thank Mayor Steinberg, Vice Mayor Katie Mabel, and Pro Temp Mayor Karina Talamantes, and the rest of the council. This is a true, indeed, honor to speak on behalf and the commencement speech for our graduating class. I also want to thank Lynette Hall for her staff at lecturing, but there's been some real rock stars that have graduated from this academy. I'd like to name two: West Sacramento Mayor Martha Guerrera and candidate for District 2, Ramona Delordes. I'd like to say the slogan for our class is that what happens today changes the world. If one of our classmates influences 10 people in our class, and those 10 people go in exponentials of 10, through 5 generations, that would have been the entire population of the United States, which is 8 million. And you go another 2 generations, that would be the population of the world. The lessons that I've learned in this class, which have taught me a great deal of urban planning, because currently at a board that I'm involved with, which is the Franklin Boulevard PBIT, we currently have a street project that is going to start in July, which helps me understand the process. But just to inform the council that we have influencers, we have ambassadors. And to my classmates, I would recommend you volunteering to your elective local council member or county supervisor, or maybe sitting on a commission or a board. But I truly, truly believe that this class are all rock stars. And if my classmates could please stand up at this point, I think you should give yourself a big hand of applause. And thank you, City Council.
You know what? You all chose to participate. You all chose to care. That's exemplary. Thank you. Thank you all very, very much. Thank you, Antecito.
And I'd like to add...
My thing. Oh, go ahead.
I'd like to add that if any of my classmates would take the chance or have a passion for community, run for one of these council seats. Watch out, council.
I love it.
Thanks, Mayor.
Planning Academy alumnus,
Yes.
Vang.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I was just going to say exactly, run for office. But first, let me just say congratulations to the Planning Academy class of 2024. Thank you for showing up for the past 3 months, I think 11 weeks, was it? Consistently to really learn about the inner workings. You know, when I was a staffer for Councilmember Carr, this was the academy that he recommended because I had to just jump in, be his community outreach coordinator. I had to help schedule his calendar, but I really wanted to know about the inner workings of the city, and he actually recommended, I know you're a staff in the council office, but try out the Planning Academy. And that was when I actually really learned about urban planning and what really happens like inside the city. And so definitely a proud alumni, but really just want to say thank you for stepping up and showing up and being part of this academy. I also just want to give a shout out to two academy graduates as well from our district, Nate Harris and Christopher Colbert. Really want to thank them. I don't know if they're in the audience today, but want to give them a shout out as well. And the reason why I'm giving them a shout out and all of you a shout out is because I I know that this academy is really about building a pipeline of leaders in the region. Not just on the city council, but on other boards and commission, right? And I'm really hoping that I'm sure that you absorbed everything like a sponge, but these type of academy is really a door to more opportunities, right? And really hoping that one of you will step up and serve on boards and commission and perhaps even run for city council and be on this dais. So congratulations on completing the academy. I'm really proud of all of you. And then lastly, just a shout out to city staff, because an academy doesn't happen without staff supporting it, having vision, coordinating all the speakers, the content materials, right, and making sure that it aligns with the vision of the academy. So just kudos to our incredible city staff for working so hard to make this become a reality, and congratulations to the class of 2024.
Put my name down, but I'll take this moment, Mayor. Why not? I just wanted to echo the comments of my colleague, Councilmember Bang, and just say, you know, these types of programs that you go through. I did the City Management Academy, and I won't say the year, it was a while ago, but it really helped set me up for success. And I know that the Planning Academy does that and so much more. And so I hope that you continue on your journey of education about the city's process. And I really do hope that you also consider, if you're not already serving on a commission, I see some familiar faces that are, hi Davon, that you consider doing so, because it's really important and we really care about the input that we receive from you all. But no matter what, I know you'll continue to stay engaged, and congratulations.
Okay, well, thank you so much, and please stay for the whole meeting. Appreciate it. It's actually. Oh, let's do a photo. Come on, everybody. Come on up. We got to do a photo. I'm gonna. Yeah, come on.
Away without a photo. Yeah. Good Hi, Stacey. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Congrats.
Was there any other?
There you go.
There you go.
Where are my District 5ers? I know at least. I know I got you on.
They're in District 6. Watch out.
District 5, put your hands up.
There, smile.
All right, 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3.
One more. 1, 2. Oh, shoot. One more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. This one's Excuse me.
There it is. Now, whose phone is this? Whose phone is this? Is it yours? No, it's not mine. I don't remember. Somebody handed it. Yeah, somebody handed the phone. I don't know. Oh, it's your phone.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Your sister just graduated from college.
Which one?
God, there's so many.
I know, there's so many. We'll catch up.
Okay.
Okay, all right, good seeing you.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, everyone. We now move to the business portion of our meeting, and let us begin with the consent calendar. Members, are there any items you'd like to speak about or vote on separately? Item 6, Councilmember Kaplan. Anybody else? Do I have a motion and a second on the consent calendar? So moved and seconded. We do have public testimony. We'll take that, and then I'll turn it to Councilmember Kaplan.
I'll remind everyone, members of the public, that if you'd like to speak on an agenda item, speaker slips need to be turned into the clerk prior to the beginning of each item. We will not accept speaker slips after that. For tonight on the consent calendar, we have speakers on item 2 and 4. And when I call your name, if you'd line up, that would be great. Henry D. Verdwhite, Tim Wolfslayer and Javon Gervais for item 2. Henry?
Hi, Henry.
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg, City Council members, and City Manager Chan. My name is Henry DeVeer-White, and I'm the owner of Irish Hospitality Group here in Sacramento, where we have 4 local bars and restaurants. We employ over 100 people, and I appreciate you taking the time to listen to opinions from both sides of today's discussion. I support the City Manager's proposal budget as presented in the staff report. Despite the challenges of budget cuts and fee increases, core services.
Oh, you're a little bit early.
Oh,
But
great.
thank you for coming early.
I wanted to be here.
I think we're going to take up the city budget in item 16, probably, I would guess, about 30 minutes from now. So we can call you as one of the first people to testify after the hopefully not lengthy presentation.
To stand in front of you twice would be an honor.
It'd be an honor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything for you. Sure, is there anything else we can do while I'm here? No. Well, we started it early, so we're
Thank
good.
you, Henry. Okay, very good.
Tim and then Javon?
I was here on that
Same item. Okay.
Item 16.
No, hold on then. Thank you. You always won't be.
And Javon Gervais?
Javon? Same thing. Okay. Same issue. Okay.
Okay, we'll move you to 16. For item 4, Ryan Nasano, followed by Mac Worthy.
It's important to have a free press, but this item is unconstitutional. Government and taxpayers should not be paying a dime for media. It is the citizens' jobs to create media. When taxes pay for media, you get NPR, which is partisan leftist nonsense. And
What
you get-
item are you speaking to?
Speaking to your item on the newspaper, the Sacramento Bulletin, which is item 4.
Okay.
And you get the absurd and ridiculous Sacramento Bee, which is like every other big newspaper in America, is a journalistic joke. They never show up at city council meetings with the lying reporter Teresa Clift because liars prefer to hide. The only people in Sacramento who seriously read the Sacramento Bee are the ignorant, foolish, and corrupt. No wise person wastes 1 minute on the Sacramento Bee. When the city gives money for media, it's a classic fox guarding the henhouse scenario. The city has out-of-control problems, and whatever you say or do, we can count on the regular media to cover it up, and if you pay for a newspaper, we can count on that to distort the truth as well. Government should not be paying to advertise anything. It's your job to serve the people, not the bankers, as the city council and the city councils of every big city in America do. If you want to find out who runs Sacramento, simply get arrested and go to jail, like I had the outrageous privilege of doing last Tuesday. On the wall of the prison cell was the phone number for the United Nations, and my cash was put on a MasterCard. I'm not surprised, as the credit card companies in United Nations are run by the Kahal, and if you say which tribe the Kahal runs, you are slandered as an anti-Semite. No city should support the criminal United Nations having a role in any city in this country. Americans run America, not the Jewish United Nations. The city, that's all. Thank you.
Mac Worthy?
Good afternoon. I'm here on freedom of speech. I have a right to voice my opinion to anything that goes on this agenda. This is a control device, garbage. This is what we printed goes through a process of so-called leaders. You are only representatives. Ain't nothing on your ballot say a leader. You're a representative. People in Sacramento is not representative. These are the type of things that when you talk about academy, why don't you teach them this? How did I learn to be in the business for 15 or some years? Came here at 19 years old. My own move, never been on welfare. I've been to the $100,000 a year. But see, when we see these type of items here, who come? Who come and speak? I'm the only black person. I'm a Negro. I'm not an African American. Come here and speak because you got the others tied on your agenda, a payroll, and they can't open their mouth.
That concludes our speakers.
All right, Councilmember Kaplan, you had a comment on item 6.
Yes, on item 6, which is a company that we use for revenue audit and recovery services, I have no objection to the money going through, but I think it's something we need to highlight, that currently, this company performs audits on our cannabis, hotel, and utility providers to ensure compliance with business tax, transit occupancy tax, and user utility tax. They pointed out where there may have been titling or whatever you use in tax, misputting in somebody in the wrong place. And through the audits, they help the city recover when people have been put in wrong categories. And it's important to note, since 2019, the city has recovered $9.5 million in misallocated sales and use tax to the state because some of our the companies we hire, providers, put in the wrong category of taxes, but one of the things that happens is for their services, we're paying them 10%. So since 2019, we've almost paid them $1 million because our businesses are putting in the wrong category of where the taxes should go. So my hope is that, while we don't have a lot of time, this is another way of where we look at government efficiency and where we could potentially be using our dollars better, of finding out who is chronically putting in the wrong tax bracket or title, however they're doing that, because we're having to hire a third-party provider to audit, and then they get money for collecting money that our businesses were hiring to comply with state taxes, federal taxes, misallocating them and putting them in a wrong way. So we're having to we've as a city have lost $1 million because of that. I'd love to say we don't need this company. We do need this company because they are getting and recovering that money, but I think it's something to highlight of, I don't know if there are any efficiencies or trainings that we can give to some of the clients that potentially are chronically misallocating or misputting the wrong spot of where we should be collecting taxes. But it's important to point out that these are the little things, as we have a multi-year budget deficit, that's $250,000 a year that could be spent more on core services instead of a company collecting money that should inherently already go to the city.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Councilmember Tao?
I wanted to comment on number 11 on the consent.
Number 11, of course. Go ahead.
Just wanted to commend DOU staff and Sparky Harris for the Neighborhood Clean and Green Alleys project. This project is in my district, and Old North Sacramento, or Dixie Ann, is one of the oldest neighborhood in the city of Sacramento. It's one of the old city of North Sacramento's old neighborhoods. And, we have a lot of alleyways, and this project will, definitely create access to this alleyway for children and kids to ride their bikes and walk across. And so definitely I would like to commend city staff for, looking at infrastructure improvements, and especially in our districts, looking at our alleyways and how we can activate this for more transit-friendly development in our district. So definitely kudos to that. And also, I think complementing this project is we're working with DOU and Sparky Harris to do a cleanup for one of the last alley of the project here before construction starts on Saturday, June 1st. And so just wanted to say commend staff and great job.
Very good. Thank you so much. We do have a motion and a second on the consent calendar. All in favor, please say aye. 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 Oppose, abstain. The consent calendar passes. Let's move to the public hearings. We start with item 15 before we get to the discussion calendar and the library tax measures and the budget. By the way, without objection, I'm going to ask that we hear item 17 before item 16. But let's start with 15.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Henry Fuse. I'm a preservation planner with the Community Development Department for the City of Sacramento. I'll be presenting the Historic District nomination and Historic District plan for the Southland Park Hills Eichler Historic District under file M1902. The nomination originated from the Mid-Century Modern Survey and Historic Context Statement, which was undertaken between 2016 and 17 as part of a certified local government grant from the U.S. Department of the Interior's Historic Preservation Fund. As part of the survey, detailed property-specific research was completed for the Southland Park Hills Eichler Historic District. The Southland Park Hills Eichler Historic District is a post-World War II subdivision located in the southern part of the city of Sacramento, east of Mungers Lake. The neighborhood was built on 14 acres by Bay Area real estate developer Joseph Eichler to the designs of renowned architects A. Quincy Jones and Frederick Emmons in 1955 and 1956. Notably, unlike many real estate developers of the era, Eichler and his architectural associates were strong supporters of integrated housing, and the subdivisions they created did not use restrictive land covenants. During his time as a home builder, Joseph Eichler advocated for and practiced a policy of open occupancy by refusing to discriminate against potential homeowners based on race, ethnicity, and religion. The proposed historic district is a geographically defined area of properties of mid-century modern design with California ranch influences. The proposed district boundaries are shown in the map on the right. Included are 49 proposed contributing resources and 11 non-contributing resources for a total of 60 properties. All properties included in the district are part of the original subdivision developed by Joseph Eichler. Staff has received 12 letters of support from property owners, as well as 3 letters of support, one from the Southland Park Hills Neighborhood Association, SACMOD, and Preservation Sacramento. 1 letter of opposition has been received to district listing, and in response, staff met with the property owner at their non-contributing property to discuss historic listing and explain the process of design review. Public hearing notices have been sent out to all property owners in advance of each hearing. On April 17th, 2024, the Preservation Commission reviewed the draft ordinance for listing the district and adopting a historic district plan and voted unanimously to make a recommendation to City Council to approve both ordinances. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
All right. Do we have public testimony on this request for historic designation?
We have 4 speakers.
Go ahead.
Dave Weinstein, Susan Hennis, Mac Worthy, and William Berg.
Hello, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Dave Weinstein. I don't live in Sacramento, but in El Cerrito, but I've been a journalist covering Eichler homes for the Eichler Network for 20-plus years, during which time I visited every single Eichler neighborhood, and there are plenty of them. The one in Sacramento, even though it's not in the Bay Area, where most of the Eichlers are, is really one of the best preserved of all the neighborhoods. I love Sacramento, the architecture and the history of it. I came up several hours early today just to walk around Alkali Flats and downtown. It's very easy to forget modern design, modern neighborhoods when looking at historic districts. And that's why it's so great that SACMOD and Gretchen Steinberg, who really helped lead it, managed to do so much to bring attention to this very important historical neighborhood and other mid-century modern places in town. I strongly think that this is a historic neighborhood and it deserves to be recognized as such. I think it's very forward-thinking of the city of Sacramento to move in this direction. Out of all the Eichler neighborhoods, and there are hundreds, only 4 have made it onto the National Register and thus onto the State Register, and there are only a handful of other Eichler neighborhoods that even have local historic designation. So the Eichlers of Sacramento would really show regionally and statewide the importance of this architecture, which was so advanced for the time and is still advanced today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Susan Hennis?
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg, council members. I'm Susan Hennis. I live on Oak Ridge Way in the proposed Southland Park Hills Eichler Historic District. I am very happy and relieved that this historic district is finally before you for your vote, and I am asking for a yes vote. We want our homes recognized for their unique historical architectural style. And as you can see from the letters of support, many of my Eichler neighbors want to live in an historic district. We've maintained and restored the original design features of our homes because we respect the unique qualities of our homes. And we want our neighborhood celebrated for the role this Eichler housing development played in Sacramento's history, As mentioned already, it was a neighborhood where homes were sold to people regardless of their race. We are proud of our homes and our neighborhood. I'm asking for your yes vote this evening, and by doing so, please give my neighborhood a reason to celebrate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Mackworthy?
I'm here, people, for the history I've been here. Now, we know what historic is. Where's Mr. Goldberg, the service dress shop? We don't see him. Where's the McCurry Camera brothers? We don't see him. They got sons, daughters still here. We don't see them. Where is W.C. Pomera? One out of marginalized for many, many years. Where are they? What did you research to get the older folks that really built Land Park? You could have went to Roxanne Miller in the League of California Cities, and she would have told you who they are. Now, we had the shallow arms and the graveyard, and we tried to show them shallow arms was rebuilt by Dodd, and they didn't even take the front off the damn thing and post it. That's the only way historic it'll be moved. But nobody come. I tried to show it, go to the internet, it tells you that what you need to have it to remain historic. But we come here and we see this here, and the real people in Sacramento. What about the post office across the street? McCurry Cameron's brother, the one was a military officer. His daddy is the person that caused that over there. Do some history instead of lying to people.
Thank you for your comments. Bill Berg?
Good evening. William Berg, President of the Board of Directors of Preservation Sacramento, Planning Academy graduate 2006. I'm here to express our support and hope that you will support listing the Southland Park Hills Historic District in the Sacramento Register. The district is eligible for its innovative implementation of mid-century modern architecture and its even greater innovation due to the developer's refusal to implement racial exclusion covenants on the district's homes, defying the status quo for developers of that era. In 2021, Preservation Sacramento featured one of these homes on our first virtual historic home tour, built for Elbert and Nellie Jung. Elbert was born in China and served in the United States Marine Corps during World War II, later becoming an engineer. In almost any other Sacramento suburban tract built during this era, the Jungs would have been refused their right to purchase a home. Instead of being turned away, the Jungs found a home in Sacramento where they raised their sons, remaining for 24 years. And you just heard from Susan, who lives in that home today. And I hope that you will all vote to support this district, and I hope that each member of the council will consider what places in your district, and these we're talking about throughout the city, are places that are worth identifying, protecting, revitalizing by listing them as historic properties and historic districts in the Sacramento Register. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Those are the end of our comments, Mayor.
All right. Let me turn it over to the district council member here, Councilmember Jennings.
Thank you very much, Mayor. To date, in my office, in this new area of my territory, thanks to Councilmember Valenzuela, I am really pleased that there is no opposition to this plan. And I appreciate the speakers who came out today to speak on behalf of all the speakers who have spoken and called our office or sent emails and other forms of communication. This is a well-preserved neighborhood. It is a historic neighborhood. It's one that should be a historic district. So I'd like to open and close the public hearing, and I'd like to move the item so we can accomplish what everyone in that neighborhood wants and want to make this a historic memory for years to come.
Okay, all in favor? Please say aye. Opposed? Abstain? It passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you to all the residents and people who work so hard to make this happen. It's one of those things that be happy we made this decision years from now. Thank you. As I said earlier, without objection, I'd like to see if we might take item 17 before we take item 16 on the library. And thank the members involved. Laney?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Laney Milstein, Assistant City Manager. The item before you today are the renewal of the city's parcel taxes that support the programs and services offered at the city's 12 libraries. Funding for the city's libraries a total of $24.3 million in the current fiscal year, is a combination of $14.7 million from the Measure U Fund and $9.6 million from the two voter-approved parcel tax measures, Measures X and B. As you can see, these two measures will expire in the coming years, and given the timing of elections, staff, both city and library, and our elected officials that serve on the library board felt that waiting until March of 2026 to bring the renewal to voters was too late. As such, we're proposing to combine the measures and ask voters to renew the two measures together this November. To be clear, renewal is the key word, as this proposal does not increase the existing tax rate, but rather renews them at existing authorized rates. At this point, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Jared Keller, Assistant Director of the Sacramento Public Library Authority, for a brief presentation highlighting the amazing programs and services offered by the Sacramento Public Library.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Hi, I'm Jared Keller, Deputy Director of Sacramento Public Library, and tonight I'm going to tell you a little bit about your Sacramento Public Library and the services it offers to the citizens of Sacramento. So a little bit about Sacramento Public Library. We're a joint powers authority who operates public libraries on behalf of its member jurisdictions, which also include the City of Sacramento. Our mission is to inspire a diverse community to discover, learn, and grow by bringing people, ideas, and information together. We do this for the City of Sacramento through 12 library locations and 2 all-electric bookmobiles, which is a first in public libraries in the United States. A couple key highlights: there's 220,000 library card holders, 136,000 hours of public computer usage, 920,000 annual visits that make up half of our 1.8 million visits annually, and over 1 million items have circulated. At this point, I'd like to show you a quick little video that demonstrates our community impact. And there's more. In addition to the services that we provide, we also show you we're really big on community literacy. Have over 5,000 adult literacy learners who've gone through our program since 1984. Over 150,000 books are provided through our Book First program in a partnership with the Friends of the Sacramento Public Library, and over 285,000 summer readers since 2014. We believe in access for all. Over 3,090 bookmobile visits since 2020. Over 150,000 student success library cards in partnership with local school districts. Lifelong learning. We've graduated over 269 career online high school graduates. Through the library, you can get your high school diploma. Over 2,800 community members receive job coaching and more. In terms of community literacy, in terms of digital equity, we provide free public Wi-Fi at all library locations. And not only is it free public Wi-Fi, but it's the fastest in town with 1 gigabit connectivity to every location. We have free access to online research and databases. Chromebooks and tablets are also available for checkout, and over 548,000 hours of computer use since 2020. We believe in food justice. There are 4 city locations where you you can check out seeds so you can grow your own garden. And we've also served over 84,000 meals via our Lunch at the Library program since 2018. And in terms of civic engagement, we've hosted over 657 community gatherings, and we've hosted vote centers at all locations since 2014. And the city happens to be one of the highest areas in the county where ballots are collected. So in a recent in a recent strategic planning session, we asked the public, what do they value about Sacramento Public Library? And this is actually one of the post-it notes that was left. It says, Sacramento Public Library, still one of the best benefits our government provides to the public. So it's at this point that I ask that we please include the Sacramento Public Library Authority Library Parcel Tax Renewal on the November 2024 ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to turn it over to the members who have led on this. And I know that Mayor Pro Tem Talamantes and Councilmember Vang especially, and I also see Councilmember Valenzuela and Maple, who I know leaders as well on this. So let's turn it over to the members. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. The library does so much incredible work. So great job on the video and on the numbers. And just so that everyone knows, they have the most creative partnerships ever. I mean, look at my Sacramento Kings Public Library card. This was such a huge hit last year. It was so exciting. And you guys are always just coming up with innovative ways to reach out to our most vulnerable and to our entire community. So kudos to you and the team. The mayor, Councilmember Vang, and I have been working on this library ordinance with the Friends of the Sacramento Public Library sitting in the audience, and our executive director for the Sacramento Public Library. And I just want to make sure that everyone knows that this ordinance is a renewal for our libraries, but the only change is that it'll go into perpetuity so that we don't have to continue doing this every single 10 years, because that's what we've been doing recently. So I'd like to pass a motion to adopt this ordinance and pass it on to my colleague, Councilmember Vang, for a second.
Please.
Thanks. I'll second that. Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem Talamantes, for your leadership. I really just want to take this moment and thank Lainey and Jared and Friends of the Library for really all your hard work working with us to get to this moment. Our libraries are so much more than just buildings with books. They're central hubs for learning for our families and our babies. They're resources. You heard from Jared about our library serving a critical component in our community, from providing meals to our underserved families, especially during the pandemic, to Wi-Fi's. And you can also get household tools and instruments like pressure washers and KitchenAid. Jared is nodding his head. Yes, you can actually, not just books, but you can get things for your house as well, and you can rent them, right? This ballot is going to be so critical because right now, Measure X and Measure B is really critical to keep our libraries open. The funding that we get from both measures now, they account for about 16 to 17% of our public libraries' operating budget. And so if it doesn't get renewed, what that means is that our public libraries will be open only 3 days a week. And I know that's not what the community would like to see. And so this is not an increase. It's mainly just to maintain the services that we do have. And again, I want to take this moment to thank Mayor Pro Tem Talamantes for her leadership, as currently she is the chair of the Sacramento Public Library Board as well, and she's spearheading this renewal. So really want to thank her for her leadership, and hoping that we could place this on the November ballot and that we pass it for our public libraries, for our families, and our community. Thank you so much. And with that, I'll second the motion on the table.
Thank you, Councilmember Vang. Councilmember Valenzuela.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank my colleagues for a job really well done reading the staff report, seeing the way you've woven these two measures together. I think it makes a lot of sense, and so thank you both, and thank the mayor for doing this work on behalf of the library. Really happy to have a couple of the oldest but more really popular locations in my district, so definitely understand why this is so important. It's one of the few places that anybody can go and get the services that they need, and so it's just so precious. So thank you all for your work on this. Excited to see it get across the finish line this November.
Very good. Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. And at the risk of sounding redundant, I also want to echo the comments of my colleagues and really thank you both, Mayor Pro Tem Talamantes and Councilmember Vang, for your work on this, and Lainey Milstein and Jared, all of our amazing staff. A proud member of the Library Authority Board. It's one of my favorite boards that I get to sit on among the many, and I'm amazed at the amount that I've learned over the last year and a half over the amount of different programs that are available at the library. It's not just about books. It's not just about things. There's so much more that goes into it, and we would really, it'd be a huge hole missing in our city if we didn't have a way to renew this. So I think, for us, the next step is really going to be an education component for all of our communities and our districts. You have my commitment to making sure that I go out to my neighborhood associations and talking to our constituents and the District 5 Community Cabinet and our Faith Leaders Network, and making sure that everyone knows how important this is, because we can't let this go away. So just thank you so much for the work.
Councilmember Guetta, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As a former chair of the Library Authority, particularly one at a time when we looked at also how does the Library Authority play in the issue of our air quality, and we're very proud of the work that we've done to increase literacy through our electrifying bookmobiles. And also now we do check out e-bikes, electric bikes, in May's Bike Month. And so what we want to make sure people know is they can find transportation and access to transportation at your public library. And those are the ways that this library has been innovative. It's more than just about books, it's about how we support our community. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to all of our library, the Friends of the Library, and all those involved in literacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Ian, I just, in addition to thank you to the staff who worked so hard on this, and my lead colleagues, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Vang, I just want to say, we debate a lot around here at the city about what is a core city function and what is not. I don't think there is any disagreement that funding libraries, community centers, centers of community is a core city function. And I believe the voters know that as well. Look forward to November and working hard for the passage of this measure. Thank you.
We have no public comment, but
we have no public comment. We do need a motion, otherwise it won't get on the ballot. Oh, it's been moved. I knew that. It's just double checking. All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Oppose, abstain. That's great. Good work, everybody. Lot that went into that, and a lot more to go. All right, now let's go back to item 16. We are not voting on the budget tonight, but this is another, I think, crucial step in our budget process leading towards final passage on June the 11th. I know I have a presentation at some point to make, but I want to start with the city manager and then Mr. Coletto.
Thank you, Mayor. So Pete, our finance director here, is going to recap the last meeting, go through a short presentation about the direction at that time. And I know the mayor, you have a presentation as well. And then we're going to turn it back over to the council for deliberation with hopes of getting sufficient direction so we can come back on June 11th for budget adoption.
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the public. I'm Pete Coletto, the finance director. We have I promise, brief staff presentation. You've heard a lot from us, really starting back in January when you heard from every department on what they do in very great detail. On the 7th, you heard the proposed budget as well as a really detailed conversation around the reduction strategies to close our budget gap. You've heard the analysis of fees and charges, capital, and the equity analysis. And so tonight is really for deliberation and then to provide us direction on any adjustments to the proposed budget. Just as a reminder, the proposed budget, $1.6 billion spending plan, $836 million general measure U funds, and it closes a $66 million funding gap without eliminating any filled positions. We reviewed this on May 7th. This is just the plan that we use to close the gap. And again, all of those position reductions are vacancies. It's balanced between one-time and ongoing reduction strategies. So about 45% or 30 million are ongoing strategies. Those help address our structural deficit in future years. And 55%, and we're saving money on electricity, I guess. 55% are one-time strategies that will need to be made up for in fiscal year 26. This just shows our structural budget gap. The red outline is the mid-year forecast. The blue is the assumptions under the proposed budget. You can see how those ongoing strategies lowered the gap in future fiscal years, but we still have a challenge ahead of us with the $77 million projected gap for fiscal year 26. On the 14th, Council did make some changes to the proposed budget. So lowering one of the proposed citation fees that had a cost of around $200,000 annually. The mayor also stated, and he released a budget memo on May 17th, and the mayor will go into more detail about that. I won't go into the pending factors. Again, we reviewed these in pretty good detail. The one thing I will provide an update on is on May 10th, the governor released his May revision to his budget, and he did not include a sixth round of the HAP program, the Homeless Housing and Prevention Program. So we have that funding through fiscal year 25, and it's a significant funding source for our shelter beds. And so the next steps tonight is for council to deliberate on the proposed budget, and we're asking council to pass a motion to provide us direction on any adjustments. It still must be a balanced budget, even with whatever adjustments council would like to make. And then we would bring back the final budget for consideration and adoption on the 11th. And Mr. Mayor, now is an appropriate time. We did put a slide with the budgetary impacts, but we'd like to turn it over to you.
Drum roll, please. Okay. Hey, Mr. Coletto, thank you. Really an outstanding job to you and your entire team, Mr. City Manager. Thank you so much. I also just want to thank my staff, all those involved in producing this letter or memo, especially Scott White, Mary Lynn Valinga. It's a team effort, and appreciate all of you. So just a little bit of backdrop. You're welcome to sit if you would like. We'll get you. So I started, as you know, as mayor almost 8 years ago with a platform to uphold, of course, basic services, the vital services in our city, but also to create the capacity and the will to invest in inclusive economic development, youth, and housing. And for 7 years, we have had the benefit of largely surplus budgets. It's true that we went through a historic pandemic, but we also benefited from a significant federal contribution, both through the CARES and American Rescue Plan Act, where we found the imperfect, but I think very good balance between investing in our city organization, our employees, but also being very conscious about investing directly in our communities. Like other California cities, this is the first year of my 8 where we face a deficit. I say like other California cities because if you look around most of the major cities in California, their deficits are about 10% of their general fund, give or take. And of course, we know that the state of California has a very challenging deficit as well. So the city manager, in an iterative way with the council and with all of the city departments and all the department leads I know are out here, worked tirelessly over these last several months to produce a proposed budget which we all agree is an excellent foundation for budget stability, balancing our budget this year, reducing the ongoing deficit significantly so that next year and in the years after, that solving the deficit will be much more manageable. And so as part of this process and the give and take, and I appreciate the confidence that my colleagues have shown in me over the years to be able to do this, I listened to all of you last week and in the previous weeks and tried to incorporate the feedback I heard both from you and through the community. So today, I am proposing really a modest modification of the manager's excellent foundation by proposing $3.3 million of restorations from the city manager's budget. And I propose doing so without increasing the deficit, very important, or taking from our economic uncertainty reserve. As you know, the manager's proposed budget put an additional $3.8 million into the economic uncertainty reserve, and my recommendation is that we use those resources. We already have a healthy and robust economic uncertainty reserve, that we put some of those $3.8 million of resources and use them to reduce the most significant cuts that impact our communities and neighborhoods. Most of the restorations, as you see from my letter, come under the category of equity. We are working iteratively again with our staff and with the community to develop a formal racial equity tool, which we have piloted as part of this budget. But I've said it before and I want to repeat it, is that as important as that is as a supplement, we don't need to wait for a formal tool to determine what impacts equity and what does not. Because all of you who have been entrusted by the people of our city to lead this city, together with the communities you represent, are the best advocates for equity. And so what I propose to you today are 3 categories of restorations, and I want to go through them briefly. I should take just a couple of minutes. I propose that we restore investments in local youth programs in the amount of $1.59 million, that we restore $876,000, of which $174,000 would come from the transit occupancy tax, into what we call the category of inclusive economic development, and that we restore another $1 million for what I titled Other Key Value-Based Investments for the City. So let me start with the youth investments. I want to start with the one that has gotten the most attention, as maybe the most impactful. The manager who, like everybody in this city, supports the program started by our former colleague in 2019 to provide free transit passes for all Sacramento children, which has been a huge success in the city. The question that his budget raised was whether or not the city should and or can pay for this investment over time. And so as I look at this, and we talk, sometimes we have a little bit of differences by degree, and that's what makes the partnership, the relationships healthy here, right? That we're able to debate these things. I believe 2 things. Number one, as the composition of this council changes and different members have different points of view, including some of the different points of view expressed on this issue by current members of the council, I am worried that even if I were able to get the 5 votes to get through the $1 million this year, that to not seek a collaborative funding arrangement, that this program will be at risk, if not this year, over the course of time. So we have not just put out the proposal that is before you, which calls for a collaborative funding between 4 entities. $250,000 for the city of Sacramento, $250,000 from regional transit, $250,000 from the Sac City Unified School District, and $250,000 cumulatively from the other districts that have students within our city, Natomas, Twin Rivers, and Elk Grove mostly, maybe a little San Juan and Roble. We've not only put that out in written form, but over the last several weeks, I have worked, and some of you have helped me, and I appreciate it, working intensively with our agency, school district partners, and RT partners to begin actually putting together this funding agreement. Now, there are no guarantees in life, especially when it comes to budgets, but here's what I can tell you. That Henry Lee, the General Manager of Regional Transit, has written, and it's part of the packet here, that he will strongly recommend that the RT Board allocate $250,000 to continue to support the program. And remember, RT is already supporting the program. Thank you, because the cost of full fare is actually greater than, they're actually subsidizing it in a way already, but they're willing to put $250,000 into the ongoing operations to match our $250,000. They have this in writing. We're working with the general manager to get a date, I hope before June the 11th, so that they can vote and formalize that. Working with the Sac City Unified School District Board as well. I've met with the superintendent, with several of the board members, and working again collaboratively with them to try to get an action item on their agenda before June the 11th so that we can achieve their partnership. And then with the other districts, I've talked to all the superintendents and or their designees, and they are working to figure out the data, so to speak, in terms of where the ridership comes from. Some of it's a little bit imperfect in terms of exactly where the ridership comes from, because, for example, some students may live in one part of the city but go to school in another part of the city. So where do you attribute the ridership from? But I have a commitment from the leaders, mostly in the north area and in Elk Grove, that they are going to discuss this. I'm going to get a report back by the end of the week, and I hope that by June 11th that we can have as close to commitment as possible. This is really important. We cannot lose this program. And on a positive side, this might be a model for how to enhance joint use and collaborative decision-making and action among siloed public agencies, including sometimes our own, for how we can pool our resources and actually do more on behalf of the people we represent, especially our children. So there's, what does it take to save this and sustain it? And then in my view, what is the opportunity to actually create a partnership that is a precedent for other partnerships that will help our community? So stay tuned, but I believe that this is the right approach. That isn't the only restoration, the $250,000. And by the way, if you want to look at it from our current budget context, this would be a savings of $750,000 because we're currently spending $1 million. I want to thank the manager again. You know, this is the give and take that you know, we work together, and we'll hear from you in just a few minutes and see what you all think. Okay, also obviously recommend restoring $120,000 for the Information Technology Department Student Internship Training Program. You know, this is 12 interns per year. We've hired 19 of them into permanent positions over the years. And then the big one, in addition to RT, is, and I want to thank Jackie Beecham and Yipsy, because I'd like to claim that I came up with all of this by myself, but it was really in collaboration with Jackie and her team and Yipsy, because I was concerned, as I know some of my colleagues were, that even with the $200,000 scholarship program to offset some of the fee leveling for youth and for seniors and for community centers, that number one, pure scholarship means we better make sure that everybody knows about it and they're able to access it. And two, I was a little worried that $200,000 might not be enough. So again, collaboratively, what we discussed and what I propose are several categories of both scholarships and fee waivers. The Yipsy Youth Program Scholarship Fund, in addition to the $200,000, so that's really $570,000, where the fund would be available, as it says, to 30 youth-serving organizations using community center space. We believe that this could impact over 7,000 young people ages 0 to 24. Second category, community center clubhouse rental fee waiver and reduction program. This is not scholarship, this is actual fee waiver. And again, the council has the right and obligation, or argued pride oversight here, to make sure that the organizations and the people who need these fee reductions are getting them. And then, of course, we have such a challenge with youth sports field maintenance and rehabilitation, and with some of the cutbacks and eliminating the vacancies, there's a concern that we're really going to fall farther behind on field maintenance. Well, we're proposing $300,000 to be able to provide field improvements, irrigation upgrades, repairs, turf renovations across 8 to 10 city parks. It's not perfect, but it's an advance. And then finally, and this is, I remember I was the council member for District 2 for several months before Councilmember Tao is taking over and doing a great job. But man, this Northern Bike Trail is really important. And we need to continue the efforts that we started, that Councilmember Tao has really elevated to try to help the people and clean it up in a right way while helping the people who find themselves homeless and unsheltered. So that's that category. And the inclusive economic development front. So this is one, I just want to highlight this and beg your indulgence, try to be as brief as I can. But the manager, understandably, we're in a deficit, right? Proposed reducing the NDAT teams, Neighborhood Development Action Teams. And I want to bring that back. I want to make sure that stays strong because this was one of the underpinnings of bringing back the old neighborhood movement back when I became mayor. I always talked about back in the 90s, the neighborhood movement was about parks, it was about public safety, pure public safety. The modern movement is about all that, but it's also about investing directly in forgotten commercial corridors and some of our disadvantaged neighborhoods. And the NDAT teams out of the Office of Innovation and Economic Development has been a key so that we can actually provide lead staff in the neighborhoods, in the areas. And so I don't want to lose that $600,000. I want to be able to get to the next area faster than not. And I think this is a worthy investment. Same with arts. Arts stabilization budget. We've done so much on arts. I'm going to repeat, I think we did more than any other city in the country when it came to the American Rescue Plan and investing in our creative economy. I'm darn proud of it, and I don't want to take a step backwards, even if we have to deal with the inevitable deficit. And then all of you, and we heard testimony, and I want to thank Councilmember Guetta for suggesting this, but the cuts to the Museum of Science and Curiosity and the History Alliance were unfortunate, maybe necessary out of the general fund. But now we have Measure N. Councilmember Guetta suggests, hey, why don't we take a little bit out of the transit occupancy tax? We don't have to make those cuts without impacting the general fund. And so I will borrow and steal any good idea. And I put it in my letter. So thank you. And then the last category are what I call other key community investments consistent with our values. The Digital Equity Response Program has been a great success. I think it should be funded. The Fuel Network. Hate to say it, a lot of uncertainty in this world of ours in the months and, God forbid, maybe in the years ahead. And this has proven to be real protection and some assurance to our immigrant and refugee communities that we're going to stand with and for them. And it's worth continuing to invest in. Then, Councilmember Valenzuela, thank you for your pioneering work on the Fine and Fee Justice Initiative, where we're trying to you came up with this idea with the city team about waiving towing fees for disadvantaged communities. You did that out of ARPA funds. I say let's continue investing in equity. We can afford $100,000 to be able to do that. Let's do it. We also took your idea, of course, about reducing the no parking violations, the citations from $60 to $50 for lower income people especially. That's very meaningful. And on the language access coordinator position, I know that there continues to be a lot of discussion about this, and we want to make sure, that the FTE goes with the continued funding. And then finally, I just want to say, we listen to constituents, and especially those who are constructive and who come and give us, some real information that we haven't necessarily considered. And so while I don't make a specific recommendation on the fee increase for home occupation permits and sidewalk administration fee increases, on home businesses, we heard that maybe in this new world that the threshold for increasing the fees should not be 2 home businesses, but maybe it should be something higher. And so Mr. Coletto and team have committed to coming back with a policy change that might reduce the revenue a little bit, but will allow some more flexibility and more incentive for at-home businesses. And same with the sidewalk administration fee increase. This was Councilmember Vang who came to me and said, you know, when people have to pick up the cost of fixing their sidewalks, which is this law and the rule, raising the administrative fee, especially on lower income people, can be a double hardship, a double whammy, and that we ought to look at that. So I've asked the staff, I'd like to make it part of the motion if this is all consistent with your values, that looking at this policy and coming back with some specific changes on the administrative fee side be part of our future work. So that's it. And Mr. City Manager?
So before your colleagues and the rest of the council members speak, I just want to say thank you for putting this memo together. I think it strikes the right balance. I am concerned about the out years and being able to meet those the deficits out in the out years. But some of these restorations based on not funding the ER for this year, I think they make sense, and I fully support it.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Very good. Council member, let's hear. Do we have public testimony?
Yes.
We do. Okay, let's hear from the public first, and then we have a lot of public
We
testimony.
have about 60 speakers tonight.
60 speakers. Oh.
So we'll call you down, and if you can
Okay.
come down and get in line to
Well,
help us out.
Now you know the
First
context.
is
Okay.
Henry DeVere White, followed by Tim Wolfslayer and Javon Gervais.
Good evening. Second time's a charm, so thanks for having us, and thanks for everybody on all sides of opinions for coming down tonight. I want to thank everybody. I'm here to support the manager's proposed budget as presented in the staff report. We know these cuts and are very challenging, fee increases, but core services are essential to a thriving city, and Sacramento's deserve a responsive support system for fundamental needs like public safety and crime prevention. As a board member of Visit Sacramento, I have to applaud all the investments that have been made into Sacramento in the past years, such as the Performing Arts Center, Memorial Auditorium, the Convention Center. They've all yielded a huge economic benefit, and to my businesses as well, which also helped keep employees working, paying rent, and doing all the things that we all need to do to enjoy life. This revenue is absolutely crucial, and we applaud you for helping us with that. I strongly oppose any further cuts to public safety and crime prevention, as they are essential to the security of our residents, employees, and all the visitors we attract here. Our staff has weathered a lot of changes, as you have all endured over the past couple of years, and we're starting to see a lot of progress, and we hope that progress continues. We just hope that you can support the city manager's proposed budget as written and continue making Sacramento an amazing city. We're very proud to live here, and thank you for your help.
Thank you for your comments. Tim Wolfslayer, Javon Gervais, followed by Patrick Mulvaney.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, Mr. Chan. My name is Tim Wolfslayer. I'm the General Manager out at the Hilton Sacramento in District 2. I'm here tonight to speak in support of the fiscal budget put forth. I have a whole speech prepared, but, there's not a bad idea on the board. There's not a bad, probably idea that anybody's going to talk about tonight. But I can tell you that one of the core city functions is public safety. And I think we need to support the budget the way it's written for public safety. I think an argument can be made that there needs to be more funding for public safety, crime prevention, anything that can enhance the city's safety. None of this stuff is possible that we talk about without public safety. The city rightfully invested a lot of money in the Convention Center, the Performing Arts Center, the auditorium. It's brought in $325 million or so to the city, countless jobs. And these aren't just, big jobs. These are all kinds of jobs for all kinds of people. There are cooks, our dishwashers, our servers. It's the downtown, restaurants that thrive when people come to the city. We're going to get a gift next year with the A's coming to town for the next 3 or 4 years. That's going to bring an economic boom to the city, but we have to keep the public safe. I speak not just as someone that runs a business, but also someone that lives in the city, that public safety needs to be a priority always. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Siobhan Gervais, Patrick Mulvaney, and Michael Alt.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, City Manager. My name is Jerome Harris, and I serve as the General Manager of the Sacramento Grant on J Street with over 250 full-time equivalents, as well as I'm a board member of Visit Sacramento and the Sacramento Hotel Association. While we understand budget cuts and fee increases, they're never favorable, and it's never easy. I am testifying in full support of the City Manager's proposed budget as presented in your staff report. With that in mind, we strongly oppose any additional cuts to public safety and crime prevention. And let me take you on a little journey. Imagine you get up in the morning, you're excited about your upcoming trip because it is to a city that you haven't been to in a while. You take flights and get connected, and your flight gets delayed. And instead of arriving at 11 o'clock at night, you now arrive at 1 o'clock in the morning. You take a car share or a taxi to the hotel, and you arrive on J Street at 1:45 in the morning. And you're greeted by a drive-by shooting. It grazes your arm. The police team did a marvelous job. They were there within minutes, but that's what we cope with. This particular client represents over 20,000 room nights in our city, or in dollars and cents, $4 million in revenue, or 400,000 in TOT. So you can understand our position that we really strongly oppose any additional cuts. I have seen very positive steps via the proposed programs and in support of this budget, and look forward to continued improvement. I please ask you to support the City Manager's proposed budget as presented. Thank you for your time.
With the additional restorations, I'm not sure, all the people are coming up supporting no cuts to public safety. They're not really on the table here. So you're supporting the manager's budget and the letter, Trump?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Patrick Mulvaney, followed by Michael Alt, and then Michelle Paraset.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Manager, council members. I'm Patrick Mulvaney from the BNL here tonight, speaking both as a local restaurateur and a member of the Visit Sacramento Board. Grateful for the effort and thoughtfulness you've all brought to the challenges of the current city deficit, all done with an eye to protecting investment in city priorities and our future. Standing before you tonight, I am supporting the City Manager's proposed budget as written, and especially as it helps to keep public safety and crime prevention going. I think together we've done a great job of raising Sacramento's profile on a national stage and bringing visitors, festivals, and conventions to our fair city. Just yesterday we said farewell to Slow Food International, who will be bringing what will be in 2027 the second largest gathering of people to talk about food in the world. And we'll continue to do it over the next 10 years. As our mark on the map gets bigger, more visitors will continue to come, bringing critical revenue to businesses large and small. With this in mind, we oppose additional cuts to public safety, and anything that would create an environment where locals and visitors, and perhaps more importantly our employees, have concerns for their safety. Thank you for your time, and I urge you to support the City Manager's budget as written.
Thank you for your comments. Michael Alt, followed by Michelle Paraset and Emily Jones.
Well, good evening, mayors, members, city council, city attorney, and our city manager. Michael Alt with the Downtown Partnership, represent the 66 square blocks of the Central Business District. I think we absolutely understand the budget crisis and applaud the efforts by the council to address this deficit. We appreciate the thoughtfulness to bring forward a proposed budget balance and protects the investments in the city of Sacramento. While budget cuts and fee increases are never favorable, we support the city manager's proposed budget and strongly oppose any additional cuts to critical areas, as we heard, like the high impact and severe impact categories. These would dramatically undermine the city's ability to continue to provide core services in our community. Downtown is an important destination, and the partnership has worked tirelessly to rebuild downtown as a destination of choice. Some of these key services for us include the incident management team that are critical to our efforts, I would tell you the leadership of Chief Lester and her team are important for us when we talk about the downtown bike unit, the marine unit, the mounted unit. They help us manage the downtown environment. Millions of individuals come to the downtown core to work, to attend events, to attend festivals, and they bring with them over $1.8 billion in annual spending. It's imperative to us that we protect the core, the city, and these investments that we've made. A city and a community are defined by their downtown, and we need to continue to protect it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Michelle Parasette, followed by Emily Jones and Claudia Rios Manzo.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Michelle Parasette, a Planning Academy graduate from 2018. I'm also the chair of Organize Sacramento. And tonight I'm standing in for OrgSac's Executive Director, Tammy Dramer, who's been coming here to speak to you all about the Ride Free RT program. She is on a much-deserved vacation, so I'm stunting. Be graceful with me. OrgSac hosts the Sacramento Transit Riders Union, and we are, of course, very concerned about the Ride Free RT program being cut. We fought hard for this at RT, and we supported it here at this council. This is really important money. It's a successful program, as the mayor said. But if it must be cut, we are in support of the mayor's plan to try to put this funding together from alternate sources, from RT, from the different school districts, and some money from the city. So thank you, Mayor Steinberg, for your creative thinking. I do not envy the position you are in tonight or going forward with this budget. It is always hard to be working with a deficit, but I ask you to keep the principle in mind that we should not balance our budget on the backs of the people who can least afford it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Emily Jones, followed by Claudia Rios Vanzos and Nielsen Gomez. Emily Jones. Okay. Claudia Rios Manzo.
Hi. Good evening, council members. My name is Claudia Rios Manso. I'm the program coordinator for the Sacramento Fuel Network. I'm here to express support for the continuation of the Fuel program. Fuel stands for Family Unity Education and Legal Network. We are a coalition of over 80 local organizations, including nonprofits, religious organizations, law school immigration clinics, businesses, local pro bono attorneys, educators, and a variety of other community partners who are dedicated to helping Sacramento residents prevent, prepare for, and defend against deportation. The Sacramento Fuel Network seeks to expand the availability of free immigration legal services, as well as accessible information and education surrounding new immigration policies. Thanks to the support of our partners, this network has helped diminish the growing and persistent fear of the undocumented immigrant and refugee community in the city of Sacramento. The lead agency for Fuel, California Rural Legal Assistance Foundation, provides training and technical support to all Fuel Network partner organizations so that they may provide free services to the community. In the fiscal year 22-23, over 20,000 Sacramento residents were served through free education workshops, including Know Your Rights trainings, Family Emergency Preparedness Assistance. Family Emergency Preparedness Assistance, or FEPA, is one of the unique service provider trainings we offer to local organizations to then share the information with the community. Through these trainings, we educate the community on how to prepare for the worst case scenario in the event that one or both parents are deported and their U.S. citizen children are left behind. Last year, the Fuel program provided over 300 free immigration consultations to Sacramento residents. Fuel also initiated 68 full-scope representation cases for community members facing deportation. As a network, we recognize how much of an impact the lack of immigration status can have on community members. Non-citizens face unique challenges and difficulties and are often left out of aid and services offered, further exacerbating their circumstances. Through our program, over 600 Sacramento City non-citizen residents receive free mental health services to help them manage the trauma of deportation or detention. We are grateful.
Thank you. Your time is complete. Nielsen Gomez, followed by Alfredo Gomez and Luz Lazawaga.
Good evening, council members and mayor. I'm here also to support the continued funding of the Fuel Network. My name is Nelson Gomez, and I'm a Department of Justice accredited representative at the California Rural Legal Assistance Foundation. And I am here to speak in behalf of a client who wasn't able to be here. And hopefully, you know, you're able to hear her story. My name is Elizabeth. I am a single mother of 2 and resident of Sacramento. I was trafficked from the age of 13 and was able to escape at the age of 22. I decided to flee my country after a man tried to rape my minor daughter, and I decided the history was not going to repeat itself. While waiting for asylum at the U.S.-Mexico border, a man tried to kidnap my daughter, and we were ultimately paroled into the U.S. It was a very confusing and traumatic experience, but my children and I finally arrived in Sacramento in 2019. My life changed when we arrived in Sacramento. First, the Fuel Network helped me change my court hearing from Texas to Sacramento, and it was financially impossible for me and my 2 children to attend the court hearing in Texas. And missing a court hearing means an automatic deportation order. Thankfully, the Fuel Network was able to pair me with a pro bono attorney to represent me and my children in our asylum case. We were granted asylum in 2023. And finally, with the help of the Fuel Network, our applications to become legal permanent residents are pending. I am eternally grateful for the Fuel Network and for Sacramento for saving my life and the life of my children. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Alfredo Gomez, followed by Luz Lizawaga and Dustin Smith.
Good evening, Mayor and Council Member. My name is Alfredo Rivas Gomez, and I'm here in support of the continued funding of the Fuel Network. Since 2017, Fuel has helped diminish the growing fear among our undocumented and immigrant community by providing much-needed legal literacy, legal representation, and mental health services. I'm here today as a community member who has been assisted by the Fuel Network. Thanks to the Know Your Rights presentation, as a documented individual, I'm happy to say that I'm fully aware of my legal rights. The Fuel Network is crucial to empower our communities and provide them with the tools to be their own advocates. Without Fuel, our community will be left without access to legal counsel and legal representation, which will only aggravate the fear that since 2017, Fuel has tried very hard to minimize. I urge the city to support Fuel's effort and support our immigrant, undocumented, and refugee neighbors from the city of Sacramento. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Luz Jana Peraza Lizwaga, followed by Dustin Smith and Lambert Davis.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. My name is Luz Joana Peraza Lizárraga. I am an attorney, immigration attorney, and I'm here in support of continued funding of the Fuel Network. I am one of the attorneys that has led the Know Your Rights presentations and the Family Emergency Preparedness Assistant presentations provided by Fuel. I can't put into words how important this type of outreach is in our community. It is educational, it's empowering, and it can be life-changing. I urge the city to support Fuel's efforts and support our immigrant community from the city of Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Dustin Smith, followed by Lambert Davis and Gabby Trejo.
Hello, Mayor, Council, and City Manager. My name is Dustin Smith. I'm the president of the Sacramento Police Officers Association. Over time, we have systematically defunded our police department. In a city our size, we should have no fewer than 1,056 sworn police officers. We currently have 658. We should have no fewer than 81 dispatcher twos. Those are the men and women that answer 911 and work your radio channels to help us get to the places we need to be. Over time, we've reduced and eliminated.
Just one moment. Please do not call out from the audience. Thank you. Continue.
Over time, we have reduced and eliminated different units without restoring them, such as our narcotics unit, our vice unit, and our woefully understaffed motors unit. What does this mean? This means we are the equivalent of a defunded police department. We only have the resources to provide a C- service at best for the citizens of this city. We cannot afford further cuts without seriously jeopardizing the safety of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Lambert Davis, followed by Gabby Trejo and Elvia Vasquez. Mr. Davis.
Lambert Davis. There are ways to save money. I'm here to support participatory budgeting and the RT. if you look right here, for the mayor and city council, this is how you can save millions of dollars right now. This is an article that exposed the scandal of remote workers. There's a lot of city employees that are working remotely. They shouldn't get a raise. What are they getting a raise for? They don't even have to come down here. And it does not say that they're losing money by cutting their jobs, but they don't deserve a raise. In this article, it said that there were several people in Sacramento that are not even, it says the average miles people live from their employer has grown since hire date. That means that they're getting raises and they may not even be working in California. I think there should be an audit, and I think the mayor should look into it. There should be an audit on city employees working remotely. I don't think they should be denied a raise, but if you don't have to come to work, you save money by not coming to work, even though you're working at home. The only one who should get a raise in this city, because she's been working in the chamber since the pandemic, is Minty Cuppy, because she was here. So I think the mayor and the city manager should add this to their budget, and then they'll be able to fund participatory budgeting as well as the RT.
Thank you for your comments. Gabby Trejo, Elva Vasquez, and Laura Martinez.
Hi.
Good afternoon, it's not morning. I just wanted to come and say how we at Sacramento Act support the Fuel Network funding. And I just want to share really briefly, it's almost a year since we in our region got 36 migrants that were just landed here, literally on a plane. And I could just tell you that that work could not have happened without the support of the Fuel Network, and funding to them is instrumental. And so I just want to urge you to continue to fund them. And also, we also work with students and we work with parents, really. We're in 11 different schools at SAC Unified. And we were just with a group of parents on Saturday who shared their concern of even the idea of having anything cut from their students' transportation. And this is an issue that impacts not just our parents who have students that are using public transit to get to school, but also some of our climate work at Sacramento Act. So we support the city continuing to fund the public transportation for students for $1 million. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Elva Vasquez, followed by Laura Martinez and Ryan Misano.
Hi, my name is Sylvia Vasquez with Sacramento Act, and also support to continue the funding with the Fuel Network for the SAC Ride-Free program. We support to have continued the $1 million budget contribution to this. As I work here, one of the parents that I work with, she's a single mom, works long hours, and she was very worried about this cutting, if it was going to affect her kids that they go to school. And like always, it affects the more vulnerable students, communities. In this case, it's going to affect brown and black students, so please keep supporting this. I know there's money, and it depends where you put it. I know there's money, a lot of money, where you spending on police or others, so it has to do where you put the money. If they take the money away from the schools, they're going to cut stuff in the schools. That's what we are afraid. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Laura Martinez, followed by Ryan Misano and Marjorie Dixonson.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Laura Martinez. First of all, I want to thank you for this opportunity to share my experience with Fuel Network and California Rural Legal Assistance Foundation. I came to Sacramento when I was 15 years old, looking for the American dream. I'm glad I'm glad to have an opportunity to go to school and have a better life for me and my family. Although I was able to qualify for DACA, I could not afford to pay an attorney to apply for it. So I did not have immigration status for many years. When I was 20 years old, I experienced the worst day of my life. I was assaulted and robbed. Like many other immigrants, I could not afford a lawyer to help me apply for a U visa as a victim of crime. When I first heard about this free legal service, I had that sense of hope and started feeling on moving forward once again. After that, I started the process with my application. I met my guardian angel, Marcus Tank. He has made me believe there is something to keep moving forward with. He gave me hope, peace.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete.
Okay, did you?
Ryan Misano, followed by Marjorie Dickinson and Marabella Sala.
The City of Sacramento, with their interruptions and shutting meetings down, has deprived me of at least 30 minutes to an hour of speaking time in the last year. Last meeting, in your most brazen attack on the First Amendment ever, you actually had Assistant City Manager Lainey Milstein stage a panic attack over having Psalms 30.
Excuse me, you cannot talk about, you want to talk about the budget, you talk about the budget. You're not talking about any individual staff member. You want to take your grievance, take it outside.
So if I was arrested right here, I'm going to talk about it right here. That's how that works. You took me out of the meeting
You
last
are
week.
not the maker of the rules, mister. You can leave.
Are not the restrictor of citizens' free speech. You haven't learned that yet.
Speak on the budget. You can speak on the budget. Otherwise, you're going to be ruled out of order. Speak on the budget. What's your view on the budget? For it, against it, for the restorations, against the restorations? Your moment. Go ahead.
We have a problem with Jewish supremacy, and I need to address that.
Ryan Misano is a Nazi!
So I'm not a Nazi. I've already said that.
You are done. You are now limited. You are out. You are out of order for not speaking responsive to what's on the agenda. I'm going to ask you to step away. Oh, well, yes, you will. Okay, then what we will do is what we've done. We will recess the meeting again for 10 minutes, and you will step away from the podium, or you will be removed forcibly from the chambers again. See you later. We are in recess for 10 minutes. Good afternoon. We're back after a brief recess. Mr. Misano, I see you're still at the podium. You are thus in violation of my order. I'm now ordering you to leave the chambers pursuant to the specific direction from the city clerk.
Members of the public have continued to engage in conduct that is disturbing the
Mr. Misano.
orderly conduct of the meeting and are in violation of the City Council's Rule of Procedure 5. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.9, we will take a recess so that the Sergeant-at-Arms can clear the chamber and decorum can be established. Sergeant-at-Arms, please clear the chambers. Once decorum is established, they will only be allowing representatives of the press or other news media back into the chambers. Ryan Misano and those participating in the disturbance shall not be allowed back in the chambers. Please exit the council chambers. We are in recess.
Hold on. No, we're not yet. Okay, I want to just clarify. Thank you. The order is that Mr. Misano, in violation of the order to leave the podium, is ordered to leave the chambers. In order to facilitate that, and with great apologies to members of the public, we're going to have to clear the chambers temporarily so that he leaves or the police will take him out. And so, with reluctance, we are going to go into recess. We're going to order that the chambers be cleared, and Mr. Misano will not be here when we come back in a few minutes. We're going to inconvenience the public to the least degree possible. And again, we apologize for this. What's that? The public will be allowed back in. So those of you who plan to testify, please excuse the inconvenience. You will be allowed right back in. We are in recess. City Council is back after the recess. Before we call the next person, I want to take a moment because I think it's important to explain to the public what just happened. And I don't want to give this individual any more attention than he deserves. But it's important that you understand the choices that a public body has to make when there is this kind of disruption. When somebody violates the rules, and one of the rules is that you have to talk on the subject that is relevant before the body, we have a couple of choices. We could ignore it completely, in which case we wouldn't have to disrupt your lives and clear the chambers and delay you. It's not about us, because we could stay here all day and night, but you delay your lives for an hour or an hour and a half. That is one choice. But if we were to do that, we then send a signal to anybody else that violating the rules is okay. And if that continues to happen, what ultimately is the consequence is that people who come to express their opinion on important issues around the city don't get a chance to speak, because then there are multiple disruptions. So we had that choice and that balance, and we chose to do what we did, and we'll do it again, because following the basic rules so that everyone can be heard, and have your views considered is maybe our most important job. Thank you. Let's go on.
Our next speaker is Marjorie Dickinson, followed by Marabella Sala and Faizuka Farouk.
Mayor and council members, city manager, I'm Marjorie Dickinson, chair of the Measure U Community Advisory Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to comment on the proposed 24-25 city budget on behalf of the committee. Last month, as required by ordinance, the committee provided recommendations on the budget to you. I'm pleased to note that the budget process and proposal before you, as well as the mayor's recent budget letter, reinforce our recommendation that equity considerations be at the forefront of budget decision-making and that historically underinvested communities be prioritized. Thank you for that. I also want you to support our recommendation for $1 million for a second round of funding for the participatory budgeting project. In addition, we recommended that investments in affordable housing and homeless programs continue to be a high priority, with a particular emphasis on immediate efforts to prevent people from becoming homeless. HUD has several examples of such efforts, including funding for short-term and medium-term rental assistance, payment of late rent, rental application fees, security deposits, advance payment of last month's rent, utility deposits and payments, moving costs, housing search and replacement, housing stability, case management, mediation, legal services, and credit repair. Finally, at last night's meeting, the committee voted to add a new request for $8,000 to fund focus groups to provide more insight from community members on expenditure of Measure U funds. Committee Vice Chair Sala will provide more detail on this request. We also discussed and agreed that the mayor's budget suggestions reflect and support the values of the Measure U committee and deserve your support. I want to thank you, city staff, and especially the budget staff for your thoughtful and compassionate approach to making the difficult decisions required in this budget cycle.
Thank you for your comments. Marabella Sala, followed by Faizuka Farouk and Jose Navarro.
Hi, good evening. And I'm Marbella Sala, and I'm the Vice Chair of Measure U, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the Measure U Commission. So what you have in front of you is, and I'm very quickly just going to talk about the proposal for the $8,000 for focus groups. Back in 2022, when the auditor had the community survey, there was a question that was asked, is if you wanted to participate and give feedback on Measure U and what your thoughts are and how money is being utilized. And 500 people responded and gave their emails. That was in 2022. So we've been wanting to do this for some time, but with the reorganization of the commission and not having ad hocs, et cetera, it just kind of sat in our, and it didn't go anywhere. So at last night's meeting, we put the proposal back together, and those are other descriptions of it. And we decided we want to ask for this money so we can do these focus groups. It's to honor the community members that submitted their email and want to participate, and out of respect for that, we should go back and have focus groups. And we're proposing 2 in-person and 1 virtual. And the cost is right here. It's to have facilitator. No. Yeah, it's for a facilitator. Sorry. Facilitator provides stipends, food, childcare for the individuals that participate in these focus groups. So I asked you to please consider this, and I know it's not a good time to ask for more money, but at the very least, if you're not going to fund the participatory budgeting, this is a...
Your time is complete. Thank you for your comments. Kazua Farouk, Jose Navarro, and James Allison.
My name is Fozia Farouk, and I'm the Policy and Advocacy Coordinator for the Council on American Islamic Relations. Today, I'm here to advocate for the continued support of the Fuel Network, a vital source of funding that provides us with approximately $7,000. This grant is critical as it supplements our more strictly regulated grants, enhancing our ability to deliver comprehensive services to the community. The Fuel Grant uniquely fills funding and service gaps left by other grants, enabling us to provide essential services that are otherwise unsupported. A key aspect of the Fuel Grant is its support for psychological evaluations necessary for some humanitarian applications, expenses our clients typically cannot afford. Furthermore, the grant facilitates collaborative meetings that foster a valuable network of legal professionals. This network serves as an indispensable resource for advice and referrals, significantly enhancing the quality and reach of our services. We trust the Council will see the unique value of the Fuel Grant in empowering care to meet the diverse needs of our community more effectively, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Jose Navarro, followed by James Allison and Sonia Bradley.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, city manager, city attorney, and everyone present here and also on the live feed. My name is Jose Navarro, and I am here to speak on behalf of the Latino Democratic Club of Sacramento County and Alianza. At our last meeting, the Latino Democratic Club voted unanimously to support the Kids Free Ride program, the Sacramento Fuel Network, and the SMUD Museum of Science and Curiosity. So we all understand that we need to keep the funding for the free ride program for K through 12 students. I guess the question at hand is who's going to pay for it. We appreciate the mayor's efforts to get the program funding source from other sources. And I believe the city manager mentioned that the free ride program is not a core service for the city of Sacramento. I think it should be. Last time I checked, most of the schools in Sacramento City Unified or in the city of Sacramento, the kids don't use SAC-RT only for school purposes. They use it to get to parks, pools, jobs, internships, Los Rios colleges, and for entertainment. If the city is looking to pass the buck, then maybe nearby cities in the county should be the first targets, not the underfunded K through 12 school districts. I noticed there's representation in the SAC-RT board from the county, Elk Grove, Rancho Cordova, Folsom, Citrus Heights, and I didn't see any contributions from these entities on the SAC-RT operation financial sheet. Until there's a deal with other potential entities, we urge this body to continue to fund the free ride RT program.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete.
Thank you.
James Allison, followed by Sonia Bradley and Angela Miles.
My name is James Allison with the Midtown Association, representing over 1,200 properties in the Central City. I'm here today to offer our comments on the proposed budget. First and foremost, I would like to offer our commendation to the city manager and staff who have delivered a proposal which presents a balanced budget with no layoffs to city personnel and a retention of core services. A healthy and vibrant city is one that invests in economic opportunity and business development for generating critical revenue that supports core government services. As Sacramento continues to face a structural deficit that will impact future budgets, it is critical that the city create opportunities and investment in the business development versus levying greater costs and fees on the community. As an example, the recently adopted fee schedule contains increases to development costs of up to 40%. Returning to the same pot is simply not sustainable. As we invest in economic opportunity, it is just as important that the city maintains and upholds its commitment to cleanliness and public safety. That is why the continued funding of community service positions within the police department and community response are critical for keeping our forward momentum and making Sacramento a destination of choice for visitors, new investment, and most importantly, those who already call Sacramento home. From our nighttime entertainment team to our weekend block patrols, the businesses in Midtown directly experience the outcomes of decisions which impact staffing of those vital roles, both positive and negative. The crisis is not over, and we will need to continue working together as a community to address the ongoing factors that contribute to this challenge. Finally, the retention of programs sought within the mayor's memo are important investments for the community, and we ask that the Economic Uncertainty Reserve be considered for investments that increase economic development and create less chance of economic uncertainty in the future. Please continue taking this into consideration as we discuss future proposals and are mindful of the economic realities in which we currently find ourselves. Again, thank you for your leadership in bringing forward a thoughtful budget proposal that balances fiscal responsibility with what is right for Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Sonia Bradley, followed by Angela Miles and Heather Haight.
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg, members of the City Council, and City Manager Chan. My name is Sonia Bradley, and I am the Chief DEI Community Relations Officer for Visit Sacramento. I am testifying in support of the City Manager's proposed budget as presented in the staff report. Earlier, you heard about the revenues that are generated by our main meeting and performing arts facilities. The residents all benefit because of the revenue from these facilities, and the revenues generated are critical to our large and small businesses, to the City of Sacramento, and the people who hold service and hospitality jobs throughout Sacramento. Furthermore, Visit Sacramento has been expanding its outreach to bring more underserved communities into the tourism ecosystem to benefit small businesses in neighborhoods, as well as generate more visitor spending. Therefore, we do commend the thoughtful work put forward by all to address the current fiscal challenges with an eye on protecting investments in city priorities, especially around public safety, as it is public safety that is always near the top of the list for visitors searching for a destination to visit. With that in mind, we don't want to see any additional cuts to public safety and crime prevention. I have seen positive steps forward via programs supported in this budget and look forward to continued improvement. And as a side note, appreciate that the new South Land Park Eichler Historic District has been established. That will be very important to helping us raise the profile of this destination. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Angela Miles, followed by Heather Haight and Jocelyn Palacio.
Hi, thank you. My name is Angela Miles, and I'm a resident of District 2. Public safety must be the paramount concern for the city of Sacramento. Currently, the Sacramento Police Department is funded for 753 officers, but it operates with only 658 officers. Well, there are 19 recruits in training who will become officers in the next 6 to 12 months. The current shortage has led to excessive response times. Given the critical situation, I urge that there be no cuts to the police department or fire department. The need for these services is drastic, particularly in light of the significant criminal activity in Sacramento. Ensuring adequate staffing levels is essential to maintaining public safety and responding effectively to emergencies. There are currently 40 lined item proposed cuts to Sacramento Police Department and 3 lined items to the fire department. I oppose these cuts and hope you will as well. We need more police, not less. It's all fun and games until we call the police and they don't have enough officers to respond in a timely manner. Thank you for your consideration for this vital, important matter. Thank you.
For your comments. Heather Haight, followed by Jocelyn Palacios and Robert Haight.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Thank you for your memorandum, and we've heard concerns at former council meetings, and seeing you restore funds has been so encouraging. My name is Heather Haight, and I'm the Executive Director of the Greenhouse, a community enrichment center in Gardenland Northgate neighborhood in North Sacramento, which is a community immersed in 4 affordable housing complexes serving many immigrant communities, including families with a diversity of languages. Additionally, there are 400 kids on our one city block, which is more than the surrounding counties. On behalf of our organization and communities, youth, staff, and families, I want to thank you for providing funding for the Greenhouse through Measure U. We were awarded $12,000 through the participatory grant, and I'm here to support the continuation of this grant. The budget wasn't clear if this funding is going to continue, and I'm here to advocate that it will. It provides the opportunity for teens, 10th through 12th grade, to develop soft and hard skills to help prepare them for college and vocational schools, as well as to have something to do in their formative years, such as learn photography and digital communications, recreation leadership, culinary arts, and others. I think about difficult decisions youth face in this time in their life, and Measure U absolutely makes a difference for our youth and our community. From the mayor's priorities, the funding directly impacts local youth programming and inclusive economic development, because this is neighborhood development. But rather than me tell you so much about this program and how great it is, I want to invite Jocelyn, one of the other speakers, to share her personal experience.
We'll restart the timer, Jocelyn, for you.
Thank you. My name is Jocelyn Palacios, and I attend the Greenhouse Community Center in Gardenland Northgate. I just graduated high school in January. I have been a part of programs for 2 years, but my family has been involved for 20 years. Measure U funds our year-round internships program. And here is the internship program means to me: making connections with other teens and gaining skills for future jobs. If it wasn't for the internships at the Greenhouse funded by Measure U, I would be doing nothing. Here is my dream I have for the future. I want to advocate for youth and have opportunities like the ones I have been provided to me, so that we can make a stronger community for my little sister. Please choose equity and internships for the next year's budget. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Robert Haight, followed by Lucero Soto and Omar Altamimi.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, city manager, and city staff. I'm Robert Haight, President and CEO of the Sacramento Metro Chamber, and I am here today to applaud the dedication and efforts put forth to address the difficulties faced by the current city deficit and to bring forward a proposed balanced budget that protects investments in city fundamentals. While the budget cuts and fee increases are never favorable, we fully support the city manager's proposed budget and strongly oppose any additional cuts to critical areas like high impact and severe impact categories. This would be catastrophic to the city's ability to continue to provide core services to the entire community. Core services are foundational to a thriving city and the members who make up the diverse communities of Sacramento. They deserve to have reliability in the responsiveness when it comes to fundamental needs such as public safety and crime prevention. Additional cuts would result in the inability to meet daily critical staffing needs for key programs and services such as addressing human trafficking, homicide, traffic enforcement, violence prevention, and much more. As a lively and growing city, we must continue to invest in core services to not hinder our continued progress. We ask that you please support the city manager's proposed budget as written. Thank you for your time this evening and your commitment to the city.
Thank you for your comments. Lucero Soto, Almar Altamini, and Jesse Mowbray. Lucero? Omar Altamini? Okay. Jesse Mebry.
Good evening. My name is Jessie Mabry. I'm the CEO of Opening Doors. We're a local Sacramento-based nonprofit that supports immigrants, refugees, and survivors of human trafficking on their path to stability, self-sufficiency, and belonging. We're a proud member of the Fuel Network, and I'm here to encourage the proposal to keep funding for that in the budget. I'm incredibly grateful for the folks that we heard from tonight sharing their personal stories of what it took to get here and their gratitude and the importance of these services in their lives. We have a really long history in this town of being a place of refuge for people seeking safety. This is part of our values. It's part of what makes us who we are. It's the leadership of folks like you on the dais now that have responded to changes at a national level and demonstrated Sacramento's commitment to our immigrant and refugee neighbors. And while I believe that this is the morally correct investment to make in this budget year, and I don't envy any of the decisions that you all are making, I also want to point out that it's the economically correct investment to make. In 2021, immigrants composed 27% of California's population and had $354 billion in spending power. That same year, California immigrants paid $51 billion in state and local taxes. And immigrants are almost 40% of California's entrepreneurs. So supporting the Fuel Network is both the correct thing to do, the morally correct thing to do that's in line with our values, and it also makes economic sense. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Moyes, followed by Kristen Lopez, and then Robert Copeland.
Good evening, Council. We're here talking about budgets, which means we're here talking today about values, specifically on what we just heard. I challenge you as a body. You have proclaimed this city a sanctuary city. Act on that and fund the Fuel Network. Act on our values of supporting students' access to transportation, support the ride fee program and maintaining the program. I'm not sure where that funding should come from or specifically your suggestion, but I think we can dream bigger. I think we can dream fully funding it. And how can we fully fund it? We can start with addressing the drain that settlements have on this city's general fund. We can take the Police Review Commission seriously by acting on the recommendations that they put out years ago. We can do right by Camp Resolution. The city can honor its existing lease rather than invite lawsuits. Why are we inviting lawsuits? Why are we inviting our neighbors to sue us over our bad practice? Why are we draining? That's a cycle that ruins our ability to work productively, ruins our ability to fund the services that we actually need. On-camp resolution, extend the variance. Extend the variance that you could do today, that you should have done years ago, when you knew that the lease was in place. And stop inviting these lawsuits. Envision a budget that protects the air we breathe, the water we drink, the people we love in this place, this Sacramento that we call home. Invest in a Sacramento that, instead of punishing and policing and fighting our neighbors in court, funds our people, funds our values. And so I challenge you to do that, to believe that a better world is possible.
Thank you for your comments. Kristen Lopez, followed by Robert Copeland and Scotty Galvez-Torres.
Hi, I'm Kristen. I'm an ACE organizer, transit union organizer here in Sacramento. I'm here to protect the Kids Ride Free program, right? It shouldn't even be up for discussion, okay? And it's is not only my opinion, it's the opinion of every person that on the bus every day talking to the community, okay? It's not only affecting people that, have to go to school as minors, it's affecting minors that have to provide for their household, pay the bills because everything is too high, everything is too expensive, right? So you guys can definitely pull from something else, right? And I have a good example of that. The Community Care Project put this chart together. I don't know, do I put it here? Where's the camera? There it is. We're paying too much money in police. We can cut this police budget. Look at this. Look how much is going here, right? Look at all this. We don't need all this, okay? To make sure the community is safe, we got to make sure the community can get to where it needs to go so it can survive this system that is draining it of its funding, okay? Howard Chan, you make $420,000 a year. You are the highest paid city manager in California.
Please keep it on the issue, okay? Go ahead.
That is the issue. How is that not the issue? No, how is that not the issue? That is the issue. Like when is it enough for you? When is it enough? When is it what the people are the most important thing other than your own pockets? And how is this not an environmental issue for y'all? Do you want Sacramento to be the leader of environmentalism? Transit should be free for everybody, not just the children. But let's just keep it for the children, right? The city should pay for it. Our taxes should go.
Thank you for your comments. Your time's complete. Robert Copeland, followed by Akazakli Galvez Torres and Jacqueline Wilkes.
Hi, my name is Robert Copeland. Why is Howard Chan getting a pay increase?
Okay, he's not. Mr. Copeland, speak to the budget. That's
It
not
is a
on the
budget
agenda.
issue.
That's not on the agenda tonight. There's no proposed pay increases.
There was one in the past this year.
But there isn't one in this budget. Okay, so speak to the issue. Thank
Mayor
you.
Steinberg, you got to go. I'm glad you're going in December.
Okay.
My opinion is keep the funding at $1 million for the Kids Right Free program. It's an environmental issue. It'll reduce greenhouse gases. And also, the school should not pay for it because they'll have to cut somewhere else in their budget. And the federal state governments are facing a budget deficit too. I don't know if they can help fund the schools, to help fund the Right RT program. Your values are, where are your values, Mayor Steinberg and the City Council and Howard Chan? I don't see them. I think your values are out of whack. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for your comments. Ayazakli Galvez Torres, followed by Jacqueline Wilkes and Jante Wilkes.
Are these folks here? Call again, please.
Ayazakli Galvez Torres, followed by Jacqueline Wilkes and Jante Wilkes.
Are the second and third speaker here?
Yeah, right.
Okay, please get in line.
My name is pronounced Ayakashli. Please remember it. I'm from District 6. I'm a student at Sac City, and I'm alumni of NP3, class of 22. I was raised by a single mom who is a registered nurse that was highly respected at UC Davis Hospital during the pandemic. My mom was working overtime to save as many lives as possible that were dying from COVID-19. When I was a senior in high school, there would be multiple days I couldn't see my mom because she was too busy working overtime. So whenever I missed the bus, which would come and pick me up at 6 in the morning, and if you remember being a teenager, you like to sleep in, I couldn't rely on my mom to give me a ride to school. And so I took the bus, the public bus, for free to get to school on time. And if it wasn't for that free transit program, I probably would not have passed high school. To this day, I still rely on the city bus to take me to work, school, and home. And every day I'm frustrated with our public transit system because you're not paying these bus drivers enough. Their working conditions is causing them to pick up people late because it's inadequate for them. You're currently funding the police budget to be $228 million, and yet you only want to invest in our youth $1.6 million. Our police aren't doing enough to help people. They're only further hurting them. Your police didn't take me seriously when I reported being raped or when a man tried to traffic me. The police don't serve the community. They serve your rich corporate donors' interest.
Your voters are watching, and they're tired of you divesting from community programs that provide us financial relief. And if you're not careful, Mayor Steinberg, you're no longer going to be sitting in your seat of power, because me and the youth of this city will be sitting in your positions instead. So go ahead and remember my name and my face.
Your time is complete. Thank you for your comments. Jacqueline Wilkes and John Tay Wilkes and William Novalu.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. Thank you.
Jacqueline? Is Jacqueline here? Okay.
Next.
John Tay Wilkes.
Next.
William Novalu.
Next.
Giovanna Fajanando.
Good afternoon. Our youth are so scared to speak to you guys. They're learning. They're learning. So good afternoon. Good evening now. Giovanna Fajardo. I'm on staff with ACE Alliance of Californians for Community Empowerment. We have been really concerned about this program over the last year. We've been talking to hundreds of transit riders and community members about how we could improve our transit system, because we see as this great opportunity to improve the transit system in Sacramento, so we could get people to go to the game, so we could get people to spend money in the businesses, so we could get our families to get to the food banks and the resources and the doctor's appointments that they need. With this proposed cut, because it's not a savings, it's a cut to the program, we are worried that it's putting this program that has multiplied ridership by 4 times. And we understand that there is budget cuts. We understand, we're very grateful that you guys are trying to not cut jobs. We think that is very important. But we also understand you can't just expect the bill to be taken care of. And you guys have to vote in the next couple weeks. SAC RT is definitely open and willing to pay added amount, but they're already paying almost $9 million. So it's not that they're paying the 250, they're paying that on top of what they're already putting, which is the 8 million out of the 10 million that it costs to run this program. So again, we're not persistent that it has to be billed out of Sacramento City. We just want to make sure that you guys don't walk away from the bill without having it confirmed, and happy to help. We also hope that you guys have gotten the over 200 emails that have been sent this week.
Thank you. Right on.
Thank you for your comments. Caden Atlas, followed by Joseph Williams and Araha Sharma. Caden? Joseph Williams.
They're learning, guys. They're learning.
I didn't know.
Go ahead, take your time. Go.
All right. Greetings. My name is Rahan, and I am a student. I am still 16, and I take the transit on a daily basis. And it's a very needed necessity for me. I needed to go from home to school, from school and back, go to the groceries and go and get groceries. I have to be places. I have meetings with my friends. I have meetings with my club that I cannot attend if I don't have access to the transit system. It's a very important necessity for me. I don't know how they will budget this, but I think they should still retain the 1 million budget for the SAC RT, because I'm not the only one that takes the RT. People behind me, like Joseph, they take the RT. My friends take the RT. Our whole system relies on RT, because half of my day, believe it or not, probably is spent on taking the RT. And I wake up in the morning, I take the RT, I come to school. After school is done, I take the RT and I go all the way back home. And it takes a lot of time. Some of the stands, some of the stops aren't even full stops. When it rains, it's horrible. There is no shelter, and the shelter is probably, the next station that has shelter is probably a mile away or like a few stops away, which is very inconvenient. So my point is that instead of taking away from this system that is loved by every student and every other person, I think it is needed to be improved upon. It's very much needed to be improved upon. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Joseph Williams, followed by Suzanne Ansel and Yolanda Morales.
Hello, Council of the Board. My name is Joseph. I'm here to speak on the problem of Sacramento Regional Transit and how important it is to students like myself. It is an integral aspect of my day-to-day life and how I get to the places I need to go. Alongside the regional transit being my only mode of transportation to and from school, I also use it for an abundance of other aspects of my life, such as going to and from work to help with one of my sick siblings. They unfortunately caught COVID, and I'm one of the few people who are actually able to help them at this time. One of the main aspects I want to say is that SAC-RT is a system that is extremely important to me, and it's something that has been integrated into my life. And this system is the only way to make that possible, because me and my family, we are going through a little bit of a financial situation, and I personally don't think I would be able to afford transit if it were to stop happening. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Suzanne Ansel, followed by Yolanda Morales and Devin Strecker.
Hello, my name is Kaden Atlas, and I'm a community member of Sacramento. I'm here to advocate for the Kids Ride Free program. I just want to say it is unfair to take away a program that so many people rely on to be in community and to survive. This is indeed not what Sacramento wants from our leadership. Cutting a program that helps students get to and from school, helps people provide for their families and have opportunities for growth in our community, will harm families who are already struggling due to rising prices. We should be spending the money on youth services that help take care of one another. I ask the council to consider the everyday needs of folks, keep the program, and let the students ride for free. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Suzanne Ansel, followed by Yolanda Morales and Devin Strecker. What's your name?
Yolanda Morales.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Yolanda Morales, and I'm 15-year-old. I'm a freshman. I am speaking here on behalf of self-awareness and recovery for public funds and public safety. This is important, especially for summer youth programs. This program has helped me move forward of my life and being better with myself and how I communicate with others. It has opened me to more opportunities. It has helped me overcome my fear of speaking in public and how to handle myself in a public and private safety setting. Showed me how to be a good citizen and to move forward in what I want. Keeping these programs open will help youth stay out of trouble and have something to look forward to. As summer is coming, youth want to be outside and have fun or get in trouble. And by having these programs, this will help youth have somewhere to be, have somewhere to go to, and have something to look forward to. These are safe places that we look forward to. They provide us with meals and transportation to get there. They are safe places. They are teaching us how to invest in our future and how to invest in other people and how to invest in ourselves. Public safety is investing in youth. I believe in that strongly because by investing in youth, you are showing them how to keep the public safe. Invest in our youth. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you for your comments. Devin Strecker, followed by Mervyn Brookins and Vanessa Kudabak.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. I'm Devin Strecker, Executive Director of the River District, also a resident of the River District in District 4 and recent graduate of Planning Academy. So thank you for that opportunity. I support the city manager's proposed budget and the mayor's proposed restorations. I'm especially pleased to see the mayor's recommendation to fully fund the Museum of Science and Curiosity, which inspires our youth every day, planting seeds of possibility for future careers in science, technology, engineering, and math. I also applaud the proposal to restore funding for the Ride-Free RT program. As a transit rider myself, I know firsthand how important our transit system is to the environmentally sustainable growth of our region. I do believe that a city's core competency should be clean and safe. The River District is transforming our section of the Central City in a way that is innovative, inclusive, and sustainable. We have over 3,700 units of housing in the pipeline and room for much more, but we still have huge challenges from decades of isolation and disinvestment. Our police, fire, Department of Community Response, and the incident management team have all made enormous progress towards keeping our city and its people safe, and I am opposed to any cuts to public safety and crime prevention. I specifically want to applaud SACPD's LGBTQ liaison program for its efforts to increase diversity and inclusion in the department. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Mervyn Brookins, followed by Vanessa Kudabak and April Ibarra.
Merv?
Be good, Sean. I just came in tonight to say, well, thank you to the council, the mayor, and the city manager. I'm here to support the budget, and I would encourage you to continue the funding and efforts of gun and gang violence, the community-based organizations that you empower. So many of them throughout the city, they're really doing a tremendous job alongside Sacramento police. If there's anybody that tell you that any CBO in Sacramento don't need SACPD, view it with skepticism. It goes hand in hand. We need SACPD, SACPD needs us, and together, although sometimes it doesn't feel like it, they're getting the job done, both sides. So I just want to say thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for the origin of the program, and just please continue to fund it because we need it.
Hey, Merv, we're all really sorry for your recent loss.
Thank you.
You're a good man. We're so sorry.
Appreciate it. Okay. Thank you, guys.
Vanessa Kudabak, April Ibarra, and Norman Jesse Cohn.
Good evening, Mayor, City Manager, and City Council members. My name is Vanessa Kudabak. I'm a parent, third grade teacher, president of PTSA of New Technology Early College High School. I'm here to support the incredibly popular Kids Ride Free program and urge you to make a commitment today to ensure that the Kids Ride Free program stays in the city budget. I wonder if you're in your vision of charging each school district $250,000, what you propose we should cut out of our schools, out of our kids' programs. Because that is essentially what you're still doing. You're still cutting kids' programs. You're just passing the axe now to the schools. And how will that improve equity? I am disappointed to hear that your plan is to simply pass the buck. Do you seriously think that co-opting the budget of our schools is a stable revenue stream for the city? Although I encourage the city and school districts to collaborate, I love that idea. We should do that on many issues. I remind you that collaboration is a two-way street. Will you be equally as comfortable if the school districts come to you with requests for funding? For example, we are serving over 3,000 homeless students with many variety of services that are not usually in our school district budgets. Can you also help supplement? I urge you to look at the Kids Ride Free program as more than just a school issue. One of the reasons we are in a budget deficit in the first place is because we are trying to scramble and patch up severe problems such as poverty, affordable housing, and the homelessness crisis. By investing in our youth who want to participate in our local economy, by supporting students who are working to get their college degrees, you can do your part in moving the city forward. Many of the students who use the bus to get to school will be the first ones in their families to get a college degree. Many of them are waking up early, taking 2 to 3 buses to get to school. Sometimes the buses leave them behind, and they have to wait for our next one, in the rain often, or in the heat. They're trying to improve their lives, improve their families' lives, improve their community. They are doing their part to move this city forward. Will you do yours? Thank you.
April Ibarra, followed by Norman Cohn and Jessica Martin.
Good evening, Council.
Mayor Steinberg. My name is April Ibarra. I am a parent of Sac City Unified School District. I am always at those board meetings. This is the first time I come to city. The reason I'm here today is in support of of requesting that you do not cut back the $1 million for the ride share program or whatever I think I said that right, but to actually keep the funding of the $1 million, because just like Vanessa just mentioned, when you propose an idea to a school district of them having to budget out $250,000, you're potentially taking programs for our underserved youth. And I don't, as a mom, think that that's correct. And I can tell you, I'll be the first parent in Sac City going to the board meeting and opposing this suggestion and this proposal. Now, I also want to say that we are now in a place in our district where we are finally bringing everyone to the table to be able to push forward in a positive light and truly create change. With all due respect, Mayor Steinberg, I think that your proposal is cowardly and that you are leaving your position. And really what ends up happening is you are no longer going to be in your seat as mayor, and that's going to be a decision that's going to look like the district is opposing, and then it's going to create a cycle of turmoil all over again. And so, I mean, you can shake your head in opposition, that's fine with me, but I do strongly stand by that. In a district where over 3,000, approximately 3,100 students are homeless, how can you sit here and propose all of these programs for our youth and then say we're going to cut back the funding for them to even to be able to access these programs? How are they going to get there? How are parents going to be able to go to work and know that their kids have transportation? These are our underserved youth, and I really hope that
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Norman Cohn, followed by Jessica Martin and Alexis.
All of you for listening to our public comments. I know we have a lot of passion, and I hope that we can work together to solve these issues. I've heard our finance department and Pete talk about multiple times how we have a long-term budget issue. We can't just solve this by short-term measures. We must make cuts somewhere. So let's look at the largest thing that we're spending our budget on. It's the police. We're spending hundreds of millions of dollars on our police department, and what are we getting for it? So I would like to read some from the Sacramento helicopter website for what we're doing with our police. So this is on March 4th, 2024, 6:17, helicopter-assisted officers in the area checking out suspicious activity. Officers made contact with subjects and everything checked out okay. 7:39 p.m., helicopter-assisted officer checking area of an alarm. Nothing suspicious seen, everything secure. 7:49 p.m., helicopter-assisted officer checking the area for sounds of subjects on roof, advised nothing suspicious, and the roof was clear. So what are we spending this helicopter money for? This is thousands of dollars per hour that we're spending for what? So cops can feel a little more secure? We can cut the helicopter budget and hire more officers. Like, we can hire more officers instead of having this helicopter in the sky that's making people feel unsafe. We're hearing like helicopters going off in our neighborhoods. It's terrible. And so I know you guys can't cut it right now, but all I ask is please just audit the helicopter use. I want to have like guidelines for when we should use these helicopters and how much money they're going to spend. Pete can't tell me how much the helicopter costs per hour to spend. In LA, it's $2,000 an hour every day. And so please audit the helicopter and help make our city great. Thank you.
Jessica Martin, followed by Alexis and Jacqueline Santos.
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and City Council members. My name is Jessica Martin. I'm the principal of Sacramento New Technology Early College High School. It's a school within the Sacramento Unified School District. I'm here for my students who are fearful of this decision. I'm here to share my reasons why the city and not the school districts should continue to fund the ride-free program. First, let's replace the term student by the term youth. While school districts are responsible for students by way of their education, we are all responsible for our youth. The first reason is access to education. So providing free transit for our city, for our youth, eliminates transportation barriers. Let me slow down. It's that 2-minute timer that's got me. Focus on their, so students can focus on their studies without worrying about transportation costs. Free transit for youth promotes equity and social justice so that our students who are socioeconomic low-income families can afford transportation expenses, ensuring that all the youth have the same access to success. Environmental sustainability, right? When we use public transportation, we're reducing traffic congestion, carbon emissions, and we're contributing to a cleaner, greener environment. And investing in free transit for youth can have positive economic impacts. It reduces the financial burden on our families, allowing them to allocate resources towards other essential needs. I can probably go on and on, but let me get down to the bottom part here. Free transit for youth fosters a sense of community and belonging by connecting youth from different neighborhoods and backgrounds. It allows them to participate in extracurricular activities, cultural events, social gatherings, etc. Overall, funding free transit for our youth is a strategic investment that yields multiple benefits for the city. It would also be a huge detriment to our city and its youth, or to...
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Alexis, followed by Jacqueline Santos and SAR.
My name is Alexis. I am an advocate with Shine Together. We're a nonprofit that works with young moms and their babies. I am here in solidarity with SAC Youth and ACE, who notified me of the budget item 16 that could end the city funding the Kids Ride for Free program. Shine Together works with teen moms who utilize this service not only for themselves, but their children. These young women are attending school, buying groceries, taking their children to and from doctor's appointments, which is why I'm here to urge you, the council, to keep this program. SAC needs to stop reducing youth services whenever you are tasked to figure out a deficit. Make no mistake, the deficit is created through the city ignoring the wants and needs of its people. This is no modest adjustment. Sacramento needs to invest in our youth and divest from utilizing the budget to fund things that the people in this city do not want and do not need. You know, the kids are more than a line item on your budget. They are our future, and we need to keep the infrastructure that ensures that each and every one of them has a bright future. Thanks.
Thank you. Jacqueline Santos, followed by SAR and Carrie Brennan.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jacqueline Santos. I am a youth member at Self-Awareness and Recovery, also known as SAR. SAR has helped me and many other members with many things, some bigger than others. And SAR has taught me and other people how to be a better person, not just to yourself, but not just to others, but to yourself. With summer around the corner, I think it would be great to have programs like SAR open so teens have a safe place to go and to talk to people in confidence. SAR provides teens with a safe place and an opportunity to a better lifestyle. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. SAR, followed by Kari Brannon and Salasha Baroa.
Hi everyone. This is my first time, so I'm kind of nervous. But I work with SAR and everything, and I don't know who I'm supposed to talk to. This is my first time. But imagine you waking up in the morning, not taking the RT, you missing your bus and everything, you trying to go to school. On top of that, your father is kicking you out the house and everything's just falling. You think you have nothing else to do. You just want to disappear from the world. That's how I felt this morning. I had no food, no nothing. Like, I went to school, and basically I called one of my mentors, Jerome from SAR, and he knows that my mom passed away with cancer. And mind you, I'm 19 years old, and I'm dealing with this by myself. I don't have no family no more. My family kicked me out today over what? Money? And this is what this whole thing's about, money. Money, this I'm not happy. I mean, everybody over, there, you guys are happy about money. I'm not. But what I'm trying to talk to you guys about is kids matter. We all matter. Black, white, Asian, Dominican. I could name all the races, but I don't know if I have much time left. But I'm a proud African American, and I like to say, please keep fundraising every small business like SAR, or I don't know too much, but I just know SAR, but just please keep the money because, we need food, we need clothes, we need everything. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Followed by Sarasha Baroa and Juliana Navarro.
Hey, y'all, it's been a while. Carly Brannon, District 2. Welcome, Councilmember Chantal. Very grateful that you're here. I'm going to start off the same way that Moise started off here. Somebody up on the dais once said, and forgive me because I forget who it was, but somebody had said that where we put our budget dollars reflects our values, right? We've heard many people talk this evening about public safety, so let's talk more about that. Public safety is making sure that children are able to get to school safely. It means continuing to fund the Ride Free program. It means continuing to fund programs like Fuel, which keep our immigrant population safe. It's really alarming to hear that the suggestion is to take money from the school district budget to pay for the Ride Free program, since the school district is already woefully underfunded. Cutting the Vital program would mean that students are no longer able to ride the bus to school for free, impacting the ability for students to get to school every day. The budget for that is $250,000. The budget increase that the police are requesting is an additional $28 million, which I'm not great at math, but I think that is significantly more than $250,000. Of course, I'm being sarcastic here. I thought it was really interesting that the president of the POA came up here and talked about how we've been defunding the police, because SacPD's budget has increased by over $100 million in the last 8 years. Again, not good at math, but plus $100 million does not sound like defunding to me. Public safety is not more policing. Public safety is more services.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Salasha Baroa, followed by Juliana Navarro and Keon Bliss.
Who's next?
Salasha.
Sarasha? Okay.
So good evening, everyone today here. I'm here on behalf of SAR, the youth program, and this program has helped me in multiple ways than one. I joined this program when I was going through a tough time, breaking up with friends, high school, how that goes. You grow up, fall out with people. But I had to kind of learn that the hard way, but I had SAR there by my side, which was very nice. I learned about SAR. It's a nice place to meet new people, learn about yourself, learn how to handle your emotions, learn how to handle other people's emotions, and it also gives me a lot of opportunities to plan my future and plan my next moves in life and how I'm going to grow into an adult and what I'm going to do next as I keep growing, because I'm turning 18 very soon, and I'm only 16, but I'm turning 18 next year. So it's kind of a big deal to get things done as I'm still young, so that's why I'm here. This program is very necessary for the youth because it keeps us out of the streets doing things that I see other teens my age doing, and it's just not the right path. And programs like this, it really helps the youth. It gives them a place to be vulnerable with others, it gives them a place to feel secure, feel wanted, and feel belonging. And with this certain program, it also pays us sometimes, which is very nice. It's a privilege, and it's very, very great to have as a teenager. Having your own money is such a privilege because you get to go out with friends and not have to worry about asking your parents for money, which is always nice for them because, they have to worry about bills, and having to give you money is also hard sometimes. So that's all I really wanted to say. Good evening.
Anna, followed by Keon Bliss, and then Mackworthy.
Hello, my name is Juliana Navarro, a parent of Sacramento New Technology Early College High School. I am here to express my support for supporting Sac Ride Free program. As a working full-time mom, I heavily rely on this free ride program for my son. who uses RT transportation to commute to and from high school and to his college track program. This program is essential for me as a parent, and without it, managing my responsibility would be extremely challenging. I hope you understand the importance of this program for parents like me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Keon Bliss, followed by Mac Worthy.
And Mr. Worthy's the last speaker?
Yes.
Okay.
You know, I really have a hard time respecting people in uniform who are charged with serving this city when they just lie bald-faced to us and expect us to just be polite about it, be quiet about it. What the Sacramento Police Officer Association's president said earlier tonight was a bald-faced lie, and you heard why. I mean, we can go back through all the budget documents, in fact, which I basically have done, and found that, yes, Sacramento Police Department has made as much as $100 million just in the last 5 years. And that's even more when you look at that going back in the last 8 years. They've actually enjoyed, over the last 5 years, 8% of the general fund changes since 2019, whereas the City Community Services has actually seen as much as 11% cut over the same time period. So what do we get for increasing Sacramento Police Department's budget by $100 million? I can tell you that we get at least 175 vacancies that we're only just learning about here in 2024, and we started learning about as far back as last year. We do get about 13% of all reported crimes to Sacramento Police Department cleared or arrests made, not convictions, but just arrests, along with 6.8% of property crimes that are cleared, which is particularly important to a lot of people within the PBID community. But as we are about to increase the public safety funding by as much as 73% just from the general fund alone, I really think that we should actually look at cutting those vacancy rates, because based on my calculations of that supplemental budget document, there's as much as $30 million sitting on the table here.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Mac Worthy. Your time is complete. Mac Worthy.
Ain't but budget when we're in the hole. Tell the people how we went in the hole. Explain to them what is a deficit. Then we say, how did the refugees become on the same subject? Tell the kids, because that's the government. Tell the young man how his parents got to America. The act against Vietnam. Tell them, transit. Tell them that's subsidized by the United States government. But yet it's still a city-owned smud. You're going to get lied to. You cannot keep going on this way. Now, if you can bring in the refugees, why couldn't a young man bring in what he was talking about? You don't want that to say. We won the case. And we have things like, when I fill out a speaker slip while I'm last, it's there. I got some on evidence to show from over to the county what happens up there. Speaker slips. I was talking to the girls there. I can fix it where it's a count. Stick it under there and go by that instead of the mayor picking over, telling you don't bring that on. See, you're doing things that undermining the confidence of the people. That's what you're doing. We can't make it without the police department. You got to understand that. If we go into a civil war, there's no police department, there's no military. It's going to freeze lane. And you are on the edge of that now. If we don't get Donald Trump back, we subject to slip into a civil war or a coup. And that's going to be sad, people. That's going to be sad. But wake up. I know you're against me, but that's...
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. And that is our last speaker.
All right. Thank you. Thank you to all the members of the public. And again, thank you for your patience given the disruption earlier. I want to now turn this over to the council. Remember, we're not voting tonight, but this is for guidance, if you will, to the city finance team, who will have the responsibility to bring back a final budget on June 11th. And you have the proposed budget, you have my letter, you have the public testimony. Let's hear from members of the council. Councilmember Vang.
Thanks, Mayor. First, I just want to thank all of the residents that came today really to speak passionately about the budget items that you care deeply about, especially shout out to all our young people who came out today to speak, even first timer. Just want to commend you. I think it's great to see you all out here advocating for things you love and care about. So just really want to say thank you. Mayor, this is directed to you. I want to say thank you to you for your leadership and just taking the time to listen intently to your colleagues and to submit your budget letter, right? Because the city manager put something in front of us and now we have to react to it, and it's going to be a trade-off. So I appreciate you kind of laying the foundation and listening to your colleagues to get us to a compromise. So I just want to thank you for that. And I think, so I have some comments and want to uplift some of the items that you put in your letter, and then just some questions and perhaps some direction for next week's meeting, so that as do we have a meeting next week? We have a meeting. No, we don't have a meeting next week. Oh, well, then maybe some of the items can come to me before June 11th so that we can have a more robust debate on the 11th. First, Mayor, I want to commend you on restoring the NDAT team. I think that's really important in the work that we do as a city. The NDAT team does incredible work, innovative work. If you haven't checked out their V-blog, make sure you check it out. And they're really critical in connecting our communities to our city resources. So really appreciate you identifying that and restoring that. I think one of the big items that's been in the front of your radar and all of ours is around the Right RT program as well. Appreciate you lifting that up and saying this is a continued priority for our city because we know the benefits of this program. I mentioned this last week, but I still believe as a city that we have a critical role to play. I know in your proposal, you have proposed $250,000 and hoping that other agency will step up. So I appreciate you trying to negotiate that, and I still believe that we still have a critical role as a city because when you look at the youth ridership, 25% is made up of young people when you look at the ridership. And then when you look at youth ridership alone, 75% of that occurs actually in the city of Sacramento, right? So it says a lot about the need just within our city boundaries. And so that is why I'm a big supporter of this program, fully funded at $1 million if we can, but know that we are in a deficit. And appreciate the conversation about broadening the funding base because you're absolutely right, Mayor. I know in your heart you want to give it $1 million, but you're not going to be here next year. And if we don't have the 5 votes, then we could lose the $1 million. So as much as the mayor and I don't agree on stuff, this is actually his strategy to make sure that we somehow have this in place too. And so I just want to acknowledge that. I know in his heart, at least for me, I want the full $1 million, but I think he's trying to tee it up just in case we don't get the 5 votes for the $1 million next year. And so just wanted to commend him on that. And I'm always going to be open and transparent, so I appreciate him trying to be innovative and figuring out how do we broaden the base for that funding in particular. As a previous school board member, I also know that our schools are incredibly stretched, right? Every dollar, we do what we can to stretch that dollar. What I will say, because it's not but it's and, is that with this program, what has happened as well is that when you increase ridership and we're able to get students to school, that also increases ADA, which means income for our school district, which is a good thing, right? And so I just want to just acknowledge that as a previous school board member, balancing and recognizing the need, the dire needs of our school district, but also the partnership that's needed to increase ADA, because that's actually how school gets funded as well. And so it definitely needs to be a partnership. I know that there are 4 of us on SAC RT, right? And so the item, we are going to have to vote on the SAC RT budget, right? There's 4 of us, and hoping that we will have that full conversation with the regional board when that time comes. And so you have my full support. Obviously, in this budget, I would love to see $1 million, and we'll see if we can get there to make sure that we can secure it. But if not, trusting that my colleagues who serve on SAC RT with me will do what we can to ensure that this program is fully funded. And then lastly, but not lastly, because I have some more comments, want to also say thank you, Mayor, for supporting the very much needed Language Equity Access Coordinator to ensure that we could increase, to ensure that our diverse community can access our city services. I think one thing that is solid about our budget is that we didn't lay off any staff, right? Because our workers are so key and we want to protect some core city services. But what good is our core city services if our residents can't access them? And so really appreciate you fighting to ensure that we can implement this budget cycle. And so we're not going to wait, and we're going to make sure we do that. And then I just wanted to mention, I definitely have some questions for Pete and the team as we're approaching June 11th. I know we, again, are in a tough budget cycle, and there are trade-offs, and that's why we're having this conversation today. And I'm still going to say that, one way to balance this budget is to make cuts. The other one is to generate revenues, right? Those are the only two ways we can balance this budget. And I want to make sure that what we do, the decisions we make, we don't balance our budget on the back of working and poor folks in our city. And so I want to go back, and Mayor, you mentioned this on your PowerPoint as well, and I appreciate you just acknowledging it because it is something that I brought to you, so I appreciate you bringing it up. I'm not fully opposed to, again, like I shared, some of the options on the table for generating revenues in the city. Again, I just want to make sure that we're being intentional about how and when and who we increase the fees for to mitigate any harm to our most vulnerable residents in the city of Sacramento. So I'll give an example. Right now, sidewalk repair fees are on homeowners. And I think all of my colleagues, see, I see Kaplan smiling, everyone gets phone calls about this, right? Because right now, state law dictates that the owner of the lots is responsible for any sidewalk when there's a crack or whatnot, right? And it's been shown by research that the majority of these sidewalk repairs actually occur in lower income neighborhoods. And what I want to share is that oftentimes the folks that actually get it, they're working class folks, but we also get seniors who are homeowners who are on fixed income that get hit pretty hard as well. And I know in the fee proposal, there's a fee that would raise from $40 to $80, and it's for admin fee, right? And I think it's to ensure that we could sustain the admin costs of what it takes to actually run the program or to address it. And I just want to propose, I'm going to be looking at the budget to see what the trade-offs are, because I know that if I'm saying, hey, let's eliminate the fee, then I gotta figure out where to take it from. I think I have an idea where we could take it from, but I would like for the mayor and the council just to kind of sit on this for a little bit, because I do believe that we need to find a resolution to waive this increase or completely eliminate it for at least low-income seniors who own homes. I think that's really important. This alone doesn't address the cost of sidewalks that they still have to pay for, right? They still have to be, by state law, they're responsible for the sidewalk, but we're going to be charging a fee for a senior who is on fixed income, and it's just not.
Councilmember, if I may on this one, your idea is in my budget letter, and Mr. Coletto, I believe, believes that we can fix that, not raise that fee to $80, somehow internally within the budget and not affect the overall deficit.
To the extent that it's limited to a eligible group, which is a smaller subset of the full program, we can look at options to mitigate that. So
low-income seniors is what?
For low-income seniors, we can look at fee
Okay.
waiver.
So in other words, you're going to come back on June 11th with the specific line item or language to be able to actualize that?
Yes.
Bingo.
Okay, great. Great. I look forward to seeing that, Pete. So thank you so much. And I think our seniors would greatly appreciate that. The other question I had, mainly I think is for Pete and Lainey as well, but just wanted to kind of ask, I was going through all the fees, because I know there's a lot of increase in fees in order to balance the budget, and wanted to know, are most of these based on just your estimate cost of admin fees, CPI?
Yeah, so for fees, you can exceed the cost of service. And so typically when you set a fee, you do a fee study. And those can be costly to do, and you should do them periodically. But again, our costs raise every year. And so usually we'll use the CPI as a proxy, and then after a certain amount of time has gone by, we'll conduct a fee study just to make sure that our assumptions are correct.
Okay. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Yeah, because I know a lot of it are not under, it's not subject under Proposition 26, and so,
So even if it's, what Prop 26 did was really expand the definition of what's a tax. And so the rationale behind that was the proponents felt that governments were trying to sneak through tax increases in circumvent Prop 13 and Prop 218. So it defined more broadly what a tax is, but it had certain exemptions for fees.
Okay.
So even if it's an exemption from Prop 26, that doesn't mean you can exceed the cost of service.
I see. Thanks, P, I appreciate that. That's why you're a budget guru. Thank you so much, appreciate that. And then my last question, just wanted to get clarity before the June 11th. From the start, I think the budget is, we're not gonna lay off any staff. That was a commitment, right? So I just wanna start off there. Because it's gonna set up for the next question I'm gonna ask. I think there is a commitment I've heard that, we're definitely not gonna look at level 3 and level 4, obviously because those are gonna be really harsh cuts in the city. Wanted to know for level 1 and level 2 for vacant position, have we already included that in the budget, city manager? So like, for example, police was in level 2, not level 3 or 4, but there were some police items that were vacant positions. Have those been considered in the budget that the city manager is proposing?
Yeah, so what we did as part of the process, remember, we recalculated with the elimination of the vacancies as part of the reduction plan, we recalculated what our salary savings factor should be. And so we lowered that to account for it. What that really means is just citywide, there's not vacancy savings that's not already baked in to the budget. So if we eliminate a vacancy, we're really looking at what services are being funded with it. And so what's that service impact going to be?
Okay. So is it fair for me to say, I just want to make sure I'm understanding this because you're the budget guru, that for the vacancies for police in level 1 and 2, those have been used, added to address the budget deficit. Is that accurate?
Correct, yeah. So it's, for the police, they use a lot of their vacancies essentially to fund overtime for various things. But citywide, what we did is we looked at the actual staffing costs that we're receiving and our net general measure U discretionary revenues that are allocated to staffing. And so when we ran that analysis, we're saying, hey, we don't have additional vacancy savings. So if you want to eliminate vacancies, there's some service level somewhere in the city that needs to be adjusted.
Okay, thanks, Pete. Those are all my questions, Mayor. Looking forward, Pete, to that last item regarding the sidewalk repairs, especially for our low-income senior, and looking forward to the more robust debate on the 11th. Thanks, Mayor.
Good, very good. Thank you so much. Councilmember Valenzuela.
Thank you, Mayor, and I also want to thank you for your letter. I won't go line by line, although I'm sure you'd like me to, about all the parts that I liked. But I will mention.
What was your favorite paragraph?
All of it. Thank you for all of it. But I will say that to the home occupancy permits, we actually just heard an update from staff at Law and Ledge today. So they took your direction very quickly and turned it around into the Title 17 Omnibus Ordinance, which is really exciting. But I do want to affirm again my interest that if a deal for the ride-free RT program isn't worked out by the 11th, that we need to allocate the full funding. And I say that because I follow the state budget as well as a lot of us do. We know that every public agency is facing cuts in this May revise, including transit agencies, including schools. And one of the things that happened when we paid for RT is that all the other jurisdictions in the county and the county also paid their share of RT. So I am worried that if we pull back, if other jurisdictions pull back, I don't know how RT would be able to afford paying a pro rata share of everybody's allocation. I don't know how they pay for 250, honestly, but I'm worried about making it pencil. So I do just want to make sure, I want to appreciate the efforts because like my colleague said, I appreciate what you're trying to do in terms of the sustainability of the program, but I do worry that if a deal isn't reached by the 11th, that it might not be reached. And I do want us to make sure that we have that funding available, even if it's as a contingency, just in case. Maybe it's an extra savings, for the mid-year, yay, but it's there so that we make sure we're taking care of that. And I don't know if that means reorienting some of the other allocations in the EUR
funding. You know, I know we had a bunch of money for scholarships, which I love that, but, you know, if we pulled a little bit of money out of the scholarships from 3.8 to, or whatever it was, you know, 380 and move things around. I just want to make sure that's super clear. I also want to say that I support the Measure U Commission's request for funding for focus groups, because $8,000 is very reasonable for a request for what they're proposing, and I think if they want to go out and get more input, we should definitely support that. And then I want to raise the question to my colleagues about standing up real-time response at DCR. I will say by far, this is the most frequent, most pressing thing that I hear from businesses and residents in my district. You know, they submit a 301 request or a non-emergency PD request because something's happening. You want to know that someone's going to come out and check on these folks or give them assistance, and then they don't hear for days or weeks if they hear at all about what happened. And it is really a burden we're passing off to residents and businesses, because when there is a crisis or something's happening and a crime is being committed, they're dealing with that. And I see it every day across District 4. And I know we had a really robust conversation about this a few months ago when the departments came forward, because our first responders justifiably are absorbing that as well. And I think it's something that I want to make sure we don't lose in the context of this conversation, because I know at the time there had been interest in maybe allocating some vacancy savings to figure out if we could alleviate some of the burden that PD and fire are currently absorbing. And I just want to make sure that's on the table. Broad strokes, before I talk about how I think we should pay for this, you know, obviously everybody knows that this is my last budget. While we look at the votes for this last election cycle, you know, we hear from a lot of businesses and property owners from downtown and midtown, and they are critical stakeholders in the District 4 community for sure. But I want to take a moment to talk about what the residents who live here want. Because they did vote for me again to be in my seat after hundreds of thousands of dollars of ads saying that I wanted to defund the police and I was responsible for all sorts of heinous things happening in the community. They still voted for me to stay in the seat. It wasn't enough to keep me here by 0.62%, but it was enough for me to understand that what we've been pushing for these last 4 years does matter to the people who actually live here in the Central City. And it matters to them because it just makes sense. It doesn't make sense that we're asking officers in an already high vacancy department to absorb the full social costs of all of the things that are happening that contribute to crime. It doesn't make sense. They're pulling in all of this overtime. They're working double, triple shifts. I don't believe, honestly, that money is the issue here, because we have people in our department who are making very solid salaries in the $200,000 to $300,000 a year range. So I don't think that's the issue. I really believe that is because more and more often they're being asked to do things that is simply not their job. And I don't know how to solve for that if we're not willing to have the conversation. When I came into office, the police department was funded at $157 million a year. $157 million a year. So that means if this budget was adopted as proposed, that would be almost $100 million we've given the department. And we're giving them that money because we're saying there's an issue and we want you to fix it. And that's not the appropriate tool. They are not the appropriate tool. And so I'm saying, let's look at the vacancies. Let's look at some of these numbers. And it's not just me. I did look up the community survey. Thank you for sending the link, Pete. I think you sent it out the day or two after the meeting. We had over 1,500 people fill out the survey across our city, and they did rank public safety as number one. But when we asked them to rank the programs that they felt like should see reduced funding, the overwhelming top pick was the police department. I will note that the last pick is youth programs and services, or the next to last pick with youth programs and services, but that's not because they don't want to be safe. That's because the residents, I believe, understand that safety is more than having to call 911 when a crisis has happened. And I believe at my core that most businesses in my district would have preferred for that drive-by shooting not to have happened. They would have preferred for the person not to break the window for the 5th time. They would have preferred for the person not to have a mental crisis or a drug-induced crisis in front of their business again and again and again, as we see over and over and over again, because there is absolutely no system in place to help them respond and triage those needs in real time. So I put all of that out on the table to hope that we can actually look at some of these savings. I know they're going to pay for overtime. It's not that this is unallocated. It's that it's going into a pot of money to pay for overtime. I have been asking for over a year for a breakdown on how that overtime money is spent. So I can't tell you if we reduce that overtime budget, what the service level impact would be. I'm sure people will have thoughts and theories. I know that we asked for it to be coded. I got sent the list of codes that get put in for what type of overtime is being used, but I still haven't yet seen the breakdown of how much of that overtime is actually spent responding to calls versus doing other things. And And I think that's important information for us to have. But in general, that savings is there because it is being spent a different way. And so it's a policy decision that this council could make to say, hey, we'd like to see some of these vacancies go towards standing up this real-time response so that our police are not put in that position over and over again, that our businesses and our residents are not forced to be the frontline defense against a very broad social issue that deserves more than one or two tools in the toolbox. So I'm putting this question out to my colleagues because I believe it's something that we would all like to see. And it's one of those things that we can keep saying, we'd like to see it, we'd like to see it, we'd like to see it. We could do it. We really could. And so I just want to put that question out to the committee and to the council to see if anybody has thoughts either today or in the near future. My final comments, thank you. My final comments, supplemental budget about the metrics. Thank you for breaking out all of the metrics. I don't think that it needs to be before the budget's adopted, but I would love to see maybe this summer for us to come back and talk about the data we collect and how we measure success. I think that's a really important discussion, especially as you're moving into potentially another year of cuts. And for me to be able to say, hey, I'm going to tell you more than just the number of calls we responded to or more than the number of holes we paved. I'm going to actually talk a little bit more about what that meant for the residents and the businesses in the district. I think that would be helpful, and I believe our team is capable of collecting that if we gave them clear data on how to do that and what we were looking for. And then on enforcement, I'll piggyback a little bit off what my colleague, Councilmember Kaplan, mentioned on the consent calendar, but since Measure C failed last month, I just had to note that I've had a constituent who actually went out and researched and has given me over 100 businesses in the city that he believes are not paying BOT. And I don't know what those 100 businesses would equate to in terms of additional BOT revenue, but just want to continue to encourage us as we look at future ongoing. I know that's something that you're working on, which is why we had this consent item on here, but just to continue to highlight, I think that we're leaving things on the table, as my colleague mentioned, and that there's a lot more we could be doing to ensure that we're collecting the full revenue that we need to run the city. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Valenzuela. Let me turn it over to Councilmember Kaplan.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, thank you, Pete, and your staff for everything. It's not new that while we're addressing this year, I'm going to be a broken record. We have a structural deficit. So one of the things I want to clarify, because I heard you, Pete, and then all of a sudden my brain got a little confused. So our structural deficit for the next 3 years after this one, outside of whatever funding we get for homelessness, is 77.2 million, 86.7, and 97.9 million as a structural deficit the next 3 years, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and that's just not including homeless, because...
Yeah, so that's incorporating all of the assumptions in the proposed budget, and it's assuming that we don't get additional rounds of HAP homelessness funding from the state.
So, but my one question was, but you also said in this current budget, 30 some odd million of our cuts is to address ongoing costs. So if I take that, so is next year, if we adopt the budget, which has ongoing potential costs, then the 77.2 million next year is 40 some odd.
No, so the 77.2 is assuming those ongoing reduction strategies are approved, both revenue increases and expense cuts.
Okay, I think that's really, really important, and I know I'm a broken record, but school districts are required to pass a budget that is balanced current year and 2 years out with a 3% reserve. We are addressing a small smidgen of our ongoing budget reserve. While we have done a phenomenal job avoiding really cutting people, like next year is 77.2. Let's say we have a good year, it might be 50 million. You know, everything in the budget fluctuates, but that means we don't have any extra fat to cut. So one of my requests for our city manager after we do this year is I think we need to start looking at the mantra of what school districts do, and what our governor actually proposed in his May revise was not only looking at this year's budget, but how do we address some of the structural budget 1 year out. So after we get through this, I would like to see the city start implementing kind of like a 2-year budget, and that we start looking at not just one year we're handling a structural deficit, but we've got a structural deficit 3 years out. And we can't just keep doing these one-off cuts, because if we start addressing it now, it's going to be easier 3 years from now on how we align things, which I think both has to look at how do we raise revenues. So I'd like the council again to relook at, I get it that BOT on the ballot got decimated, absolutely, but I think if we just strip it down and go towards companies who are making an obnoxious amount of money and paying less than what cannabis is, they're paying $5,000 a year in taxes. I think if we get rid of all fee increases for anybody else, but just go strictly after companies making more than $15 million a year and go back to where we had talked about that progressive tax, that it's something, as a city, I feel we are not doing our obligation if we leave all of this money still on the table. Leave the fees as they are. If you want to maybe look at a COLA, fine, don't address those. But let's go after those that literally are making hundreds of millions, almost billions of dollars and paying $5,000 a year in taxes. I think we would not be doing our due diligence if we as a council did not have that conversation. I also know we discussed it last time, but I hope give it a little time, but coming through budget and audit, that we start looking at our redoing our budget policies and our budget guidelines. They were last done with many years ago, where I think 3 of you were only on the council, still on the council from when it was last done. So I think it's something that we need to talk with the new council, start the conversation. It probably should be adopted next year. Early next year with the new mayor and new council. But I think we need to have, start looking at that, because things have changed. This was done before COVID. You know, COVID, I think, changed some things in those. And then, Pete, back to you. You brought up that the mayor is not proposing round 6 of HAP.
Well, I'm going to talk about that, but go ahead.
Okay. But what does it do to our budget if our mayor is not able to pull a rabbit out of the hat?
Oh,
Our budget deficit, that 77 million, assumes we're not getting HAP 6, and so if we're successful in getting HAP 6, it will lower that deficit.
So can I address that now? Do you mind? Absolutely. Because I was going to come back to that. This is the top priority of the big city mayors, to make sure that HAP 6 is funded. Now, we haven't received HAP 5 yet. We're going to receive HAP 5. That is going to cover our fiscal year 24-25. It's 25-26 that's at issue. And by the way, our city, for the first 4 rounds of HAP, have allocated 97% of the resources, 1,350 beds every single night. Look forward to the point in time count in a couple weeks. We'll see what that says, but I think we're making progress. The governor did not propose HAP 6. The governor has been a big supporter of HAP. They are dealing with a major deficit. I met with the pro tem today. We're meeting with the assembly leadership, and we are working it. And this is going to be an all-in priority to get HAP 6 funded. There are obviously no guarantees, but we cannot lose 1,350 beds. And we're going to fight to make sure that we have the ongoing funding to, at a minimum, keep the level of sheltering that we have. What are the odds? I think we have a good chance. I think we have a good chance, but they have a tough situation too.
No, and thank you, Mayor, because I figured you would have more on that, but I think it's something we have to be mindful if that funding doesn't come through. We might be good for another year, but after that, it is concern. Following up on some of my concerns, I learned some really awesome information. So I want to bring Matt Ironman back up from Public Works, because I had some concerns about our parking meter increases, which in speaking with some of the businesses downtown, midtown, they are fine with, but I'm coming from the perspective of I remember what it used to be like 20-plus years ago, paycheck to paycheck, and I could park free, and I would walk a mile in because I couldn't afford to pay for parking. And so part of where I know some of our employees stay longer, or, they're the least that can afford the parking increases. So for me, my biggest concern of what are we doing for the workers downtown who may only make $20 an hour or even less, our servers that are at our restaurants and our bars, how are we addressing that? Because that's my hesitation in increasing the fees.
Director of Public Works, and I'm accompanied by Stacy Hovermel, Parking Manager. So that's a great question, and we were extremely thoughtful in our approach to parking management strategies, as you know. And the parking division is tasked with balancing its inventory and making sure that it turns over to support businesses and support the use. Currently, we have 6 programs available for employees to use that they can take full advantage of, and we've worked quite a bit with Councilmember Valenzuela to ensure that we get merchant parking to utilize the underutilized streets to give them severely discounted parking. So they are in the equation, and we are making sure that we give them the exact parking for their needs, but we also keep the turnover happening for the businesses to ensure the economic vitality is accomplished.
Can you explain a little bit? Because the biggest thing that I learned, what programs do we have for employees? You talked about it. So what are they? They full price, half price?
So discount employee parking is, it runs about 50 cents per hour. And they can actually park in the garage for a full 8 hours for $4. There are qualifications to that, which we are always looking at and adjusting to ensure that we're keeping up with the times. But we're also using the street, and we also have reservations online where we could have people use underutilized parking for discounted pricing.
So what information should I get out to residents in my district who come and work downtown so that they understand where they might be able to afford discounts?
Yeah, all of the information is available on our website, but so you should direct them to the parking division's website. But we could send it to you, and we can work with your staff to put out a newsletter, because we do want to make sure that everybody understands where they're supposed to be parking.
Thank you. Based off of that information, because my biggest concern was our employees and lower income, as long as we continue those programs for discounted parking for employees, I'm cautiously okay. I'll probably ask next budget year what we're seeing, and then should get feedback from businesses of what their employees are experiencing, if it is still a hard cost. Thank you. Thank you both. I'd now like to call up our chief, because when the budget was first proposed, I had a big concern that there was going to be a reduction in internal affairs. And for me, as also Councilmember Valenzuela expressed, transparency and concern about follow through and collaboration with OPSA. So Chief, can you tell me why this is not going to reduce transparency investigations and it'll be the same level of collaboration with OPSA for investigations?
Yeah, I really appreciate the opportunity to talk about this, because obviously, when we propose our recommendations for doing the reductions, it's got some limited information. So right now, we see reductions in Tier 1 and Tier 2 for the police department, obviously pretty critical positions even at Tier 2. And I wanted to have a chance just to explain why we would make that recommendation. So if you remember back in 2019 and 2020, we had DOJ actually come in and do some evaluations of our department. They looked at a number of things. use of force, training, discipline, our complaint process. And they found some actually very positive things that we had been doing. For example, they recognized the importance of accessibility in the complaint process and said we were doing that well. They said that we provided clear guidance to the public on how to make a complaint. With regard to our guidance to officers and a review of the IAA manual, they showed it to be thorough. It was very descriptive of key terms and explained how a complaint can be received and the formal investigative process. And they also found that our investigative files reflected a process that was balanced, careful, thoughtful, and well-organized. And when DOJ looked at this process, they approved our classification system, which really showed that we were able to properly classify complaints and citizen concerns. And they made some recommendations back in 2019. These are documented in our Phase 1 and our Phase 2 recommendations that you can see online. So they said that with the system that we had, they recommended that our system of complaint intake, tracking, classification, assignment, investigation should be centralized, and it should be standardized to ensure compliance with our obligations under the law and truly provide meaningful information to officers and our community. They said that once concerns had been logged and tracked, regardless of the nature, that they should be categorized. And they recommended that we categorize citizen concerns into two categories: personnel complaints and then also service complaints. And then further, they also recommend that we do a couple of other things, that we include a comprehensive investigative summary, that we clarify the process for the classification of personnel complaints, that we ensure that our Internal Affairs Division does the coordination and tracking and oversees all of these investigations, and that our supervisors meaningfully evaluate the classification of concerns to ensure accuracy and integrity. So now we have actually adopted all of these recommendations, but in 2019, we didn't have these systems in place. And so we hadn't established at the time a centralized intake or evaluation system. We didn't really have a means to track all complaints, and we hadn't set it up or a codified classification system. So because the systems hadn't been built, in order to be sure that we were thorough, we made several key decisions to ensure that we incorporated those DOJ recommendations. And what we did was we had any concern that came in was simply classified as a misconduct complaint, whether or not it was in fact misconduct, and that replaced our preliminary intake system. And as you know, that really did increase the workload of both the police department and OPSA, who does the analysis, the evaluation, and oversees our complaints. It also resulted in a very long time to resolve these complaints, so citizens had to wait a long time for a resolution, our officers that were involved as well, and so we had a lower public response. And we found, and we have found over the last 5 years, that there are issues that were really low level that could have been addressed more quickly. So thank you, honestly, to council for this, because in the last 5 years, not only have we changed this complaint process, but we have added a number of things in addition to our former internal affairs process. And I'm just going to list them here. We created a full-time force investigations team. We implemented random constitutional policing audits. Those are available on our website. We created a use of force review board, and we are in the process of creating a full-time compliance division, as you saw last year, which will be staffed by a civilian government affairs manager and 3 administrative professionals. We now track all concerns, and they're centralized by our internal affairs division. We've invited the U.S. Department of Justice's CRETAC program in for their technical advice to help us build our compliance unit. And believe it or not, we have increased staffing in our professional standards unit from 2 in 2016 to 6 in 2019, and now to 34 positions in 2024. We also have 5 years of data that we can take a look at in this process. And what we found is that we have done, I think, a very good job with appropriately identifying misconduct at the outset. And when we investigate something as a formal complaint, we often have a sustained finding. But for our low-level complaints, we rarely find that we have any significant policy violations or misconduct, and many of those concerns can be handled handled at a lower level and we can be more responsive to our community. So we are going to be changing our IA process, as you know, throughout the last few years, and certainly as we have talked about, that this is not just a one-year budget concern. This is a 2-year and potentially even more. We're constantly looking at different efficiencies. And I'll just give you, a couple of examples of what we've done. So if you remember last year when we came in, just to show this is very common for what we do, in order to put 25 or so people back into patrol, we looked through our whole department and did a huge reorg. We ended our hospital contracts. We reduced our RT contract by half. We eliminated some unfunded positions. We eliminated our shot spotter teams. We reduced the size of our POP teams. We integrated mental health with impact. And we reduced the size of outreach, combined some other programs like Magnet and SRO. We eliminated the sergeant and background, shifted that work to a lieutenant, centralized some of our investigative units. And we were actually able to put more people into patrol at really no cost and create an additional district in the East area for better response times. So this is something that is really common for us. And I think that we can use the 5 positions that we've recommended more efficiently if we streamline what we're doing. So by streamlining the process, I believe that we can reallocate the positions that are currently in internal affairs to address one of our biggest community needs in the city, which is traffic safety. So we're proposing this shift of personnel to a dedicated evening traffic and nighttime safety team, and I'll explain why. So as you know, we do have a motor team. We currently have 8 officers assigned to that team, and they primarily work daytime hours and address a number of our complaints. They help facilitate demonstrations. They also respond to a lot of our special events. But we know we have traffic safety concerns, complaints in every area of this city. We have concerns such as speeding, reckless driving, and certainly sideshows that affect every neighborhood within our city. And we know that being proactive in this area can really help us save lives. So if just to kind of throw some statistics, we can talk about them. We had 277 sideshows in 2023, and we've had 60 so far this year, if you can believe it. In the last 2 years, we've made 66 arrests, we've seized 4 firearms, and we've towed 35 vehicles. And we know that sideshows really continue to affect the safety and well-being of all of our neighborhoods. Our statewide crash rankings through OTS are current through 2021. That's the last year that we have it. And unfortunately, for comparable size cities, we're in a group of about 15. We see that we rank very poorly in our overall categories, our fatal and injury ranking, or speed-related and alcohol-related rankings as well. Although we rank much better in DUI enforcement. And as you know, we've seen a lot of traffic fatalities. It's not unique to the Sacramento Police Department. A lot of agencies are seeing this, but to share some numbers, in 2019, we had 30 fatalities. In 2020, that dropped to 26, but we've seen increasing numbers since then. In 2021, we had 54 deaths. In 2022, we had 49 deaths, and in 2023, we had 55 deaths. We've also seen a significant number of pedestrian accidents and DUI-related crashes, as well as impacts to our homeless population. Our highest days are Thursday through Sunday, and we're seeing that about half of our accidents take place in the evenings and the late night hours when we really have no coverage other than patrol. So our proposal is to shift the resources by streamlining the current process in accordance with the DOJ guidelines to address these nighttime traffic enforcement needs. We'll be working on sideshows. We've been in talks with our district attorney who is willing to leverage some resources that we can take advantage of and help with some enforcement in that area. And we really want to work to reduce this collision rate because those are very high fatality numbers. So I think that we can accomplish both and be effective. And that was why we recommended it. So I very much appreciate you giving me the chance to come up and speak about it.
Thanks, Chief. And I really like the idea of a nighttime safety team because a lot of things happen, having individuals specifically to address sideshow safety, even the crimes that happen at night, as we are the #1 human trafficking area as well, and specifically to be supportive, I think we'll see a difference, because my neighborhood is on a significant rise with sideshows, and calling it in, not much happens, but having teams dedicated to that, I think, is really important, as well as I hope whomever goes to there, you have them take the training that the CHP has, so they can be included in all of the greater enforcement that CHP does, because they do offer free training.
I do appreciate that very much. And, there are grants with other jurisdictions. We have a lot of great partners. And to your point, we have a human trafficking, certainly concern and issue here in Sacramento. And this year, in just through April, we've already conducted 17 investigations, made 5 arrests, and have helped 11 victims be removed from that, from the, really the scourge of human trafficking. And lots of times we are able to intercede and intervene because we have contact with a victim in a traffic stop or a call for service. Just a couple of weeks ago, we had 2 POP officers that were working traffic enforcement, actually, and they intercepted some organized retail theft suspects, and they were able to stop and detain them. So we know that having these very proactive units will be very beneficial to our city. So thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you, Chief. Got nothing else. Appreciate you answering.
Chief, while you're up there, you might want to bring your team up here to talk a little bit about the overtime that Councilmember Valenzuela discussed. That'd be great.
Yeah, absolutely. I can do both. I'll have Adam and Greg come up because they've done a ton of work, and I'll just I'm going to cover some of our the questions that have come up about overtime, and then we're happy to take a dive into any other area. In the sake of time, I'm not sure how much information you'd like me to share, but as you know, we do have a number of vacancies right now.
I think briefly is okay.
Briefly.
Yes, please.
Briefly, got it. So we have 175 vacancies, and obviously. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Continue.
I was just saying, I would love written follow-up. I know we've talked about this several months ago, so, you don't have to go into full detail because there's like 100 different codes and how overtime can be coded, but that's the level.
So maybe what we can do is we can present that to you in advance of the June 11th.
That'd be great.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you like for me to do that and just not do a
Yeah.
presentation?
Yeah, let's do that. And also, just one quick thing, and I'll turn it back over to the mayor. This issue, and I agree with, what's that?
I'm not done.
Oh, I thought you were done.
I'm done with Chief. I'm not done.
Okay, go. It's okay. Well, why don't you finish the thought on police, right? Is that what
Yeah, just real quickly on the alt response that Councilmember Valenzuela brought up. Just as a reminder, IMT is the beginnings of what you're talking about here. And so we're trying to morph what DCR is doing and the IMT into what DCR was created for to begin with. And so we've also have, authority without the dollars for up to $5 million to run overtime. So a lot of this you see not just in police, but in fire, code, park rangers, and DCR itself. We're burning through overtime just to keep up with the backlog, those 311 calls you had. Because as you recall, at some point, there were like months before we could respond. And what you see now, it's improved. It's nowhere near where it needs to be, but there is a marked improvement.
I would love, and to let Councilmember Kaplan finish, but I saw several budget items for ongoing funding in the general fund that were ARPA funded to that end, and so that's exactly why I'm trying to marry these 2 data sets. We're paying for it through general funds and through overtime, and I can't see that because the data doesn't exist to me right now, so.
We will bring that back.
That'd be great.
Well, and thank you, Chief.
Chief, thanks.
Thank you. We'll get you a written response. Appreciate it.
And before I turn it back over to you, Mayor, I wanted the chance to get to say thank you before you could start.
Thank you.
For, again, as everybody has said, of listening, especially when you look at it's the little things, the community center waivers, I think are really important. That comes in and really helps a lot of community events happen who may not be able to pay for the facilities. So thank you for including that in your budget, as well as Mosaic and the History Museum, among other items, because I think the work that Fuel does with our immigrant population, knowing that we are a hub, is very important. So thank you for your leadership on that. And so with that, I'd actually like to move this along, including your budget memo for consideration when it comes back to us on June 11th.
Thank you. I really appreciate it, and that's an appropriate motion. Again, members are not being asked to vote tonight on the final budget. You reserve your right, but it is just to give staff direction to incorporate the budget memo into the budget for June the 11th. We do have, there's a second right here by Councilmember Guetta, and we do have Mayor Pro Tem Talamantes. Go ahead.
Mayor, I just want to say kudos on your memo.
Thanks.
Great idea to like put it out there because you listen to the community, you listen to us, and you put it all together for us. And so now we're on our road to passing a budget.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you so much, Karina. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to show my support for City Manager's proposed budget and your memo as well, as it relates to all the things that were in that. And I was really impressed with the fact that with a $66 million structural deficit, we had no layoffs. And so all of the really important people who do the work of running our city and making our city what it is, to have no layoffs is really, really important. So my congratulations on allowing that to happen. I think that's a huge priority. I want to thank all the speakers who came out to speak tonight. I know it's been done already, but I especially want to thank our youth. And I want to thank you for hanging in there with us all this time tonight. We had a little adversity in the beginning, but you hung in there, and I appreciate that. And I want to make sure you know that we listened to every single word you said. So I want to thank you for being here and staying here with us. During the night, a lot of the speakers continued to speak on three main things that I wrote down: the fuel network, the ride-free program, and then public safety. And as far as I'm concerned, especially with the ride-free program, stopping the program, in my opinion, is not an option based on the progress that we've had. How we pay for that program, that's where the question mark comes. And so I think I was in the meetings with the superintendents at the time that the mayor was there and city manager was there, and being there and having that conversation with them to look at a collaborative solution was one that I thought was important to them and important to us, because I think they truly understand this program cannot be stopped. As a matter of fact, we need to probably invest more into it. And so for me, stopping the program is not an option. It's a matter of us learning how to work together so that our kids can have the best, can be able to get to school and have the freedom that we all had when we first took our first bus ride on there. The fuel network, great program, and we should continue to invest in it. And then public safety, there were a lot of conversations about public safety, and I just think that the number one priority for me in my job is to make sure that we have a safe city. And I can't do that by myself, and I'm not going to count on community-based organizations to take that on. And so to me, the fire department and police department do an outstanding job, and we always attack them as one of the first ways in order to try to talk about how much money they spend, but that's not what I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about the quality of the job that they do, and I applaud them for the job that they do, because it's a tough job. And so in my opinion, you can put your thumbs down, you can nod your heads, you can do anything you want. This is my time to talk, and I'm going to say what I've got to say. So I'm not listening to you, I'm not acknowledging you either. I'm trying to let you know what I think as far as the job that our police department and fire department do in order to keep us safe in the city of Sacramento. And I can guarantee you, when I get in trouble, me and my family, the first phone call I'm making is to the Sacramento Police Department or Fire Department, because I know that they will be there and they will show up and they will show out. And so I put my support behind them 150%. So with that, I just want to show my support for the budget and the letter and how we're moving forward. And I agree with Councilmember Kaplan. Our work is just beginning. As we look at structural deficits for the next couple of years, we've got work to do. So to the degree that we can get in front of it, now is the time to do so. So I'm looking at, we got 21 days before June 11th. And my work and our work is just beginning to make sure when we come back for June 11th, we have a budget that we can all agree to move forward with. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Tao?
I'm gonna make this quick. I'm not gonna repeat a lot of the stuff that's said tonight, but then
Speak right to the
just
mic.
wanted to commend the public for coming out and speaking today with this robust dialogue along with my colleagues. I want to commend the mayor and city manager for the proposal. I support the proposal that's put forward as well as the mayor's memo. One key highlight I'm just going to point out is, we have a 9-mile bike trail in North Sacramento. We wanted to complement the new Del Rio Trail, so definitely we want a robust bike trail as well so that members of the public can ride from North Sacramento all the way to South Sacramento and not see blight or anything. And so definitely I commend the mayor for allocating budget for us to do more maintenance on a bike trail so that we can help our neighborhoods and, our kids, youth, they walk on the bike trail to school. And going back to youth, I do support the discussion about continuing free bike RT rides for the youth. And so definitely, I'm just going to make it short. But,
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember. Last comment on the SAC Free RT. This cannot and will not go away for our kids. I want to urge my colleagues and the community over these next 2 weeks to just help me reach out to our various partners at RT and the school districts and encourage them to participate in a collaborative funding approach. Councilmember Vang said it very, very well. I know what's in my heart. I know what I might be willing to vote for in this budget, what I would be willing to vote for in this budget. But I'm thinking, as you all are, about the long term here. And this will be sustained forever or close to forever if everybody has a stake in the future of the program and the contributions are small enough that even in tough times, it'll be really hard to eliminate it. It's way too important. Okay, so we really do have the best interests of our kids at heart here, not just for this budget, but for the long term. All right, thank you all so much. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Oppose, abstain. June the 11th, all right? The motion was to incorporate the letter, my letter, into the overall budget and direction, and then to have the staff come back with the full budget that incorporates that. And I said everyone reserves their right, obviously, to vote. What's that? I'm sorry. Okay, yeah. You maintain your discretion, of course, to vote June the 11th, but. This will tie it all together. Okay, thank you. I'm going to cede it to Vice Mayor Madrigal. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, excuse me.
Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comment not on the agenda?
Yes, we have 17 speakers.
Wonderful.
Our first is Sherry Martinez, followed by Nadine Haduka and Richard Miller.
Mayor.
Hello?
Yeah, we'll give folks just a second to file out so we can hear you. So just one moment. All right. Whenever you're ready.
All right. Hi, my name's Sherry Martinez. I've been a resident of North Sacramento for 25 plus years, homeowner for over 20 years. Over the years, I've remained active in my community. I've volunteered for Front Street Shelter, participated in community cleanups, as well as other events. I also was a member of Del Paso Heights Community Association. More recently, I have volunteered for Bike Party Sacramento and have participated in the City of Trees Mardi Gras Parade. I currently lead 2 bike rides twice a week, one serving North Sacramento, the other downtown. On Saturday, August 12, 23, approximately 4:53 p.m., while enjoying the weather and riding bikes with friends to a second Saturday group ride, a careless and aggressive driver first swerved around first swerved around a vehicle that was yielding to two pedestrians at the intersection of J and 24th Street, then proceeded to intentionally swerve towards me, striking me with a Chevrolet Avalanche, causing me and my bike to roll 3 times. I was knocked unconscious for 10 minutes. He then fled the scene but was stopped short due to a second Saturday event on K Street. That is when one of my friends came to my aid while the other raced to the corner and took this man's keys out of his ignition. Several witnesses called 911. The authorities arrived and arrested him at the scene. I was rushed to the hospital. He then made bail the next morning, and I remained in the hospital for 4 days. I suffered from 4 broken ribs, a punctured lung, a broken clavicle, concussion, cracked and chipped teeth, and severe deep tissue damage that still affects me today. Since then, the DA has failed to press charges against this man who is identified as Caleb Taubman, a delivery manager for a cannabis company based out of LA, who also has existing priors for battery on a spouse and abuse. It's confusing to me how and why a person of this violent intent is not being held accountable for his actions. Is it because of the position he holds with the cannabis company, or someone just dropped the ball and swept his crime under the rug? Please understand my frustrations with the lack of action being taken in this matter. This man assaulted and nearly took my life. I deserve justice. I believe the city of Sacramento deserves a better public safety image than this, and I will continue to make good use of my voice being.
Thank you for your public comment. Your time is complete. Nadine Haduka, Richard Miller.
I'm sorry,
Hold on one second.
Sorry, can you hold just 1 second? Assistant City Manager, is Mario Lara still here to potentially, or can somebody please connect with her about why the DA? Okay, great. Mario's in the back with the mask. If you could please talk to him. He oversees our public safety program and could try to, thank you. I know, but he could at least follow up with the DA.
Life protection and empowerment coach. I've been a Sacramento native for the last 30 years. My husband and I have proudly raised our 3 adult children in this wonderful city and are about to become grandparents in a few weeks. So needless to say, keeping our family safe is a major priority to us, as I'm sure it is the same for all of you. Therefore, I implore all of you to not only sympathize, but also empathize with our situation like it's personal to you. Please utilize your power and authority to assist in making an example out of this man and others like him by holding him accountable and responsible for his intentionally violent and aggressive behavior and assault with a deadly weapon on my sister. The next victim may not be so lucky. Individuals like this should not be allowed on the road to terrorize innocent people. There is so much sadness, chaos, and violence going on in our world that is out of our control, but here in the beautiful city of Sacramento, our hope is with those who do have the power to control and make changes in the city while keeping our best interests in mind. All of you have been appointed to a position of power to keep the citizens safe, so please be the difference that we need. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Richard Miller, followed by Sonia Hendren and Angela Miles.
Dear esteemed City Council members, my name is Richard Miller. Thank you for taking the time to listen to this vital issue as it affects all of us. Public safety, bicycles, and accountability in our beloved city of Sacramento. Our city is known for its beautiful landscape, vibrant neighborhoods, and community that thrives on outdoor activities. Cycling in particular has become a popular and eco-friendly mode of transportation. However, with the increasing number of bicycles on our streets ensuing the safety of all road users, cyclists, pedestrians, and drivers have become more crucial than ever. Public safety is shared responsibility. For cyclists, this means adhering to traffic laws, wearing helmets, using lights and reflective gear, especially at night. For drivers, it means being vigilant, giving cyclists the space they need, and understanding that cyclists have the same rights on the road as motor vehicles. For pedestrians, it means being aware of our surroundings and understanding the cyclists also share the pathways and walkways. But safety isn't just about individuals' actions. It's about the infrastructure we build and the policies we enforce. Sacramento has made strides with bike lanes and dedicated paths, but we must do more. This includes expanding safe cycling infrastructure, improving road conditioning, ensuring that the paths are well lit and clearly marked. It also means holding all road users accountable. Cyclists must be accountable for the following traffic acts, and motorists must be held accountable for respecting cyclist rights. Accountability extends to our city planners and policymakers. We must continue to advocate for comprehensive urban planning that pride towards safety for all. This includes better enforcement traffic laws, on ongoing education campaign to raise awareness, and road sharing etiquette. In closing, let us remember that safety on our roads is the path to a collective effort. By promoting responsible behavior, advocating for better infrastructure, and holding.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Your time is complete. Sonia Hendren, Angela Miles, and Jackson Yoster.
I support Sherry Martinez. We've talked tonight a lot about safety, and it's time to start prioritizing safety on our roads. As city council members, you've heard all about the various ways that cars harm Sacramento, from noise pollution reducing our lifespans to reduction in foot traffic at local businesses. Perhaps most compelling, the Mayor's Commission on Climate Change calls for reducing private car use to just 10% of our trips by the year 2045 in order to meet our climate goals. Tonight, I want to emphasize the negative externalities of cars suffered by our children. Studies show that children learn best after exercise. Walking or biking to school would be great for our kids' health and their learning. Yet most kids are not allowed to walk or bike due to the danger posed by the cars on our roads. Incidents like the attack on Sherry Martinez show that the parents' fears are founded. The dominance of cars in Sacramento is a public health concern for so many reasons. It's time to start prioritizing our health and safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Angela Miles, followed by Jackson Yoder and Nancy Azevedo. Angela? Thank you. Jackson?
A $250 million police budget for 2024 and $158 billion in aid for Israel since its inception in 1948. How are you going to tell me that we don't have the money for public education? How are you going to tell me that we don't have the money for public housing, for our crumbling infrastructure, for public health care, to help fund local small businesses, funding public parks and spaces, funding our social and welfare services, mental health and rehabilitation services, public transportation, reparations, community enrichment, immigration services, ending homelessness, ending climate change and promoting environmental sustainability, promoting youth services, addressing systemic discrimination and ending hate crimes, advocating and protecting survivors, funding science and technology programs, arts and culture programs, paying our teachers, doctors, and public servants. And you're going to tell me that that money is better spent? $250 million for a police department that doesn't do shit for this city? No. Abolish SAC PD, support divestment of Israel, and learn what your constituents want. Because if you are not going to listen to what the people's budget should be, then get the fuck out of city council. I'm over it.
Nancy Azevedo, followed by Carly Brannon and Barbara Rahm. Nancy? Carly Brannon?
Hi there. I am here today to speak in support of my very good friend, Sherry Martinez. Thank you so much, Katie, for immediately jumping into action and connecting her with somebody who can help, because we really just need someone to help facilitate this information sharing between SAC PD and the DA, because they're both saying completely different things. I am so grateful for our friend who was able to jump into action on that day and pull the man's keys out of his ignition, because the police were just sitting around with their thumbs up their asses like they usually do. But again, thank you, Katie. Just thank you. I'm going to be really, really sad to see you go.
Barbara Rom, followed by Mary Topple and Sarah.
Hello, Vice Mayor, members of the council. I'm Mary Tapple. I'm here again to speak about the now hopefully increasing safety on the Sacramento Northern Bike Trail. I really appreciated the comments of everyone, the mayor, Councilman Tao, everybody who spoke about the bike trail and the importance of it. I particularly like the idea of being able to ride the Sacramento bike trail down into Midtown and then all the way down to the new Dos Rios Trail. I really like that idea. But I'm again, first got to thank everybody for the budget augmentation. I really hope that goes through. It's very, very needed. I've noticed myself that with the concerted efforts of a whole lot of the management, as well as our council member and assistant city manager, Laura, and a whole lot of people, that the targeted enforcement is working real well for almost eliminating the parked cars on the bike trail proper. And I'm hopeful about that the driving on the trail is indeed reducing. But still north of the freeway, the situation is getting worse, just north of Freeway I-80. That concentration of encampment is getting much more violent. The other Wednesday, there was people fighting actively on the bike trail. I was afraid someone was going to be beaten to death in front of my horrified eyes right in the middle of the bike trail. The three people proceeded to be combatants all the way down to the Rio Linda Boulevard, which was very crowded, and they were pushing and shoving and trying to hit each other, and it went all the way down to Jesse Avenue, quite a distance. I think more than a football field, maybe an eighth of a mile, I don't know. But it's got to change.
Thank you for your comments. Sarah, followed by Sunrise and Naomi Nicholas. Sarah? Okay. Sunrise? Naomi Nicholas?
Speaking on behalf of Sunrise Movement Sacramento on the topic of public process. Is this on, by the way? Is it on?
Go ahead.
Relevant topic?
Nope, go ahead.
Okay, cool. On the topic of public process, we made a whole show today about public process and the ability for people of this city to engage with this city. And I want to bring us back to the conversation of how people engage with this city. This city used to have an option for remote public comment, an option that was taken away because a certain person who was today removed from the city council meeting and disrupted the city council meeting, hijacked it, was remotely public commenting. Why are we taking away access to City Hall for people who don't live near City Hall, for people who can't get to City Hall and sit through 5 hours of a meeting to make public comment? Why are we punishing people who have disabilities? When we're actively in a pandemic, we're still in the COVID-19 pandemic, why don't we have that option for remote public comment anymore? I recently made a public comment to the Port of San Diego. They allow you to make a voicemail public comment that's read into the record. It's possible. It's being done in California. We can do it. It's easy to do it. Why aren't we doing it? We were doing it before, way before COVID was a thing, and so we can bring that back. Also on the topic of public process, public records. I have an open public records request with the City of Sacramento, if we can see it, since February of 2023. If we can see it, on the topic.
Slide it over just a little bit.
Say again?
Oh. If you turn on the camera, he'll know where to place it. I did. We're working on it. It's because we have the screen up. There we go.
Anyways, I've had this public records request open since February of 2023 on the topic of camp resolution. 26 consecutive times I've gotten a message saying, we'll get back to you next time. It's been over a year and a half, and we're talking right now with letters from the assistant city manager to Safe Ground Sacramento about how we're going to renegotiate the terms of that lease so that we can do development and housing development on that land when we have open questions about whether the city can legally do that or not. These are matters of public information.
We added extra time while he was speaking. Thank you.
Naomi Nicholas, followed by Flavio Huzar and Jeff Drzinko.
Good evening. I'm here because the genocide of Palestinians is still ongoing, and in the last 24 hours, 85 Palestinians were killed. Despite this, you continue to ignore dedicated organizers and community members who you excluded from the process of writing a ceasefire resolution, and you continue to spend money to support Israel's genocide of Palestinians. This council has chosen to be blind to the thousands of innocent children being bombed, murdered, tortured, and starved by the apartheid state of Israel. This council also chooses not to listen to the people of Sacramento. Where is Daryl? Why is he always gone when we come to give public comments? I demand an end to complicity and funding genocide, and I won't stop coming back here until that happens. Stop sweeping people, let camp resolutions stay, and just do the bare minimum of letting people just survive here and in Palestine. Thank you.
Flavio Huzar, Jeff Drzinko, and Lambert Davis.
Vice Mayor, council members, thank you for your time. My name is Jeff Zarinko. I'm a lifelong resident of Sacramento. I'm a small business owner. I'm a bicyclist. And I'd like to talk to you guys about safety in our streets and with bicycles. In the last year, I know of 2 different occasions where people have been killed riding their bicycles. On 21st Street in X, there was a woman. She was an avid bicyclist, a mother, and she was hit by a car, killed. That same intersection, Sherry, 2 weeks earlier, rode down it, and she told me that later that day that how dangerous it was, how there was stuff in the road, there's a bike lane there that just didn't make any sense. 2 weeks later, somebody was killed there. Another man was killed riding through Sac State. He was killed by a driver that was impatient, that didn't want to wait at a stop sign, went around another car and killed a man. That man was also a father. It's too much. Sherry, thank goodness she survived her accident. It really hits home when a loved one of mine is involved in an accident by a cyclist, this time by an intentional hit from a cyclist. The big thing I want is awareness. I think that our city needs to have more awareness brought about how strong a car is and how impactful, bless you, about how much you can hurt a cyclist and how vulnerable a cyclist is on the streets. My business is a bicycle store, and I'd like to tell you a story about after that first accident where the woman was hit on 21st Street. There's a couple that lives in the neighborhood, and they were telling us about how they commute to work. The mom has a cargo bike. She rides with kids on the bike, and the dad has a bike, and he rides to work every single day. He's been doing that for 10 years, and they have one car for their family. After that accident on 21st and X, they mentioned that they were considering buying a second car so that the husband wouldn't ride his bike to work by commuting by bike anymore. He was afraid to ride his bike. He'd been riding his bike for 20 years, and now their whole life was changed, and it's just too much. We need more.
Thank you for your comment. Your time is complete. Thank you. Lambert Davis, followed by Mac Worthy and Keon Bliss.
Almost 10 o'clock. I've been at city council meetings where it was midnight and I was the last one. And so it doesn't wear me down. But I wanted to say that I saw a person get arrested tonight, and I have been harassed in this chamber by Lenny Milstein on January 30th. She hasn't been arrested. I've been harassed by Howard Chan through paperwork documentation. I'm one of the best documenters in this country. And are you going to arrest me for saying what I'm saying? Because Sacramento News and Review wrote an article, and I'm standing by it because I've experienced it. that Howard Chan submitted a memo on my family and did not CC us, and we have proof of that. Also, I've already emailed it to Minty that our business has had 0 complaints against it. Why haven't you contacted us, city manager's office? You have 5 city managers, assistants. Why haven't you contacted us? We're from an underserved community. You should pay attention to that, Shawan. You know me. When Mr. Warren was here, he was never caught in a scandal helping us get money. Never. And this, which I've already sent, this is where the power is in City Hall. And Lainey Milstein is in charge of one of the largest budgets, and if she's harassing me for just making a statement, maybe she should be put in jail, as well as Howard Chan.
Mac Worthy, followed by Keon Bliss.
Well, they can't wear me down. We noticed that 90% of the people come up here was nonprofit. What business moved in here that could hire 100 people at over $60,000 a year in the past 10 years? Nobody. Now, those people that's nonprofit depends on you handing the money out. They're going to come here and support you. That's the bottom line. That's how you get your votes. You know, but we said, how did immigrants run into the budget? Tell them. That's federal money for y'all, and the city using it. That's what that's about. Just like the transit. That's subsidized by the United States government. That's the reason they, oh, well, we're going to keep this, we're going to keep that. But when somebody raised something about some issues you should know, oh, yeah, he's anti-Semitic. People be aware. All we are asking, what was Germany fighting before the First World War, Second World War? If we had had that boy's knowledge to 6 movements, Martin King and Malcolm would have been still living. We'd have still been what they call surrogated, but we was growing. Integration, we had to come African Americans after integration. No, we can't be put in the category where these people come from because they're immigrants. I am a Negro and proud of it. That's white boy and Indian in South Carolina. Wake up. Wake up, people. You're lying. Now, the Jewish community had a meeting, according to the B. We want to know who called that meeting because we're going to get to subpoena somebody in court. We're going to get subpoena somebody in court on the oath. It's what?
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Keon Bliss.
Just want to uplift a few of the comments that came up, particularly around the lack of traffic safety and the need to really improve our public safety when it comes to that. And just to comment on a few of the things that I heard tonight that I am curious to learn more about as well. I heard that from Chief Lester that the police department has implemented all of the California Attorney General's recommendations back from 2020 or so, and I'd like to note that the Police Review Commission has an outstanding recommendation going back to that time for the department to create a written policy for a progressive disciplinary matrix that's publicly available, which was corroborated by the Attorney General's recommendations. So I'm curious to know, has the police department created that policy? Is it publicly available? And if so, where? I also noted that Chief Lester claimed to eliminate or reassign full-time positions that were previously assigned to respond to ShotSpotter to other areas. And when the commission studied that ShotSpotter system in 2022, we noted that the department had budgeted at least 12 full-time equivalent positions on the police officer classification to respond to those, which in 2021 dollars likely exceeded at least $2.9 million to maintain all 3 of those. I'm just curious to know where those positions went and who responds to ShotSpotter now. I also wanted to note that the request that Councilmember Valenzuela made about the overtime policy and data was made as far back as last year, and that's, to me, is particularly troubling, especially when the department has been before this council and could have presented that information at any point in time. It has that, right? There's a lot of key performance measurements that were released, though, from those requests from last year, and I'm planning to look deeply into those.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete.
A lot of this most successful work tends to come after the fact.
That concludes our speakers.
All right, thank you, Madam City Clerk. All right, colleagues, we will now take council comments, ideas, questions, and AB 1234 reports. Starting first with Councilmember Valenzuela.
Thank you. Our office is really happy to be helping sponsor a new Sacramento Japantown mural, which you will soon be able to see at the newly reclaimed site of the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians at 4th and Capitol. It will be unveiled on Wednesday, but you can come see it Friday night at the AAPI Night Market. Local businesses, performances, vendors, tickets are $25, $20 for students or seniors, and free for children under 6. And that's this Friday. And on Monday, obviously, it's Memorial Day. I will be at Memorial Auditorium from 10 a.m. to noon. There'll be a flag ceremony, music from that really cool old organ that we have. That I know there's a proper way to say that, and Matt will probably ping me on it later, but it's a really cool old organ. You can come here at play and see all the great tributes inside the historic Memorial Auditorium. And that is it. Thank you.
All right, moving on to Mayor Pro Tem Talamantes.
Thanks. Just personal announcement. Congratulations to my baby sister, Rochelle, who had her doctoral hitting over the weekend at University of Pacific. She is now Dr. Talamantes, and I am just so proud of her because my dad passed away when she was 8, and here she is, just graduating, being a doctor, so she's 1% of Latinas that have PhDs.
Congratulations to your sister. Let's give a round of applause. All right, moving on. Councilmember Vang.
Thank you. Congrats, Mayor Pro Tem, to your sister. That's so awesome. Huge milestone for your family. Just a few announcements. This Thursday, we are having a community meeting at the Martin Luther King Library to discuss renovations. As you recall, we received over $5 million from a state grant to do renovations, and so we'll be having a community meeting at MLK Library from 6 to 7:30 this Thursday. Please stop by. And then also wanted to share that this Friday, May 24th, at North Laguna Creek Park, there will be the 5th annual book event happening by Escape Velocity Resource Foundation. There's going to be resources, activities, entertainment, and best of all, food. So make sure you swing by. That's this Friday from 5:30 to 8 o'clock. And then also wanted to let you know this event was postponed, but it is being rescheduled again, and it's happening this Thursday. It's a celebration of family, pancake breakfast hosted by Trustee Chinwood Rhodes, and that's happening at Luther Burbank this Saturday from 10 to 12. And then I also just wanted to announce that annually I hold the State of District 8, and we're having that on Saturday, June 1st at the Pinnell Community Center from 10 to 12 to really share about the work that we've done together as a community and where we're going the next 4 years. And then also wanted just to announce for y'all to save the date, but really excited that we're going to be launching our Meadowview Certified Farmers Market. We're having a soft opening on June 2nd at the Meadowview Light Rail Station, but then our grand opening with face painting and activities and lots of fun is going to happen on June 9th from 8 to 11 at the Meadowview Light Rail Station. So lots of great events happening in South Sacramento District 8. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Moving on, Councilmember Jennings.
Council 8 has it going on, and so does Council 7. We encourage you to join us Sunday, June the 2nd from 10 to 4 p.m. as we are pleased to announce the return of the annual Curtis Fest. It's the Artisan Fair, nestled in the cool, shady trees right in the heart of Curtis Park. There'll be over 100 vendors showcasing their unique homemade goods. You'll find treasures of all kinds waiting to be discovered. Indulge in the tasty treats from the food trucks and concession stands while enjoying the lovely ambiance filled with live music. Don't forget to bring the kids along for a day brimming with enchantment and delight. So once again, that's the Curtis Fest Artisan Fair, Sunday, June the 2nd, from 10 to 4 p.m., right in the heart of Curtis Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Moving on, Councilmember Tao.
Just a couple of announcements. 3 events this weekend and on June 1st. On the 25th, our police department is having a gift cards for guns, $50 for any functional guns. Drivers are recommended to stay in their car and just have the guns in the back of the trunk. At the Kinney Station, 3550 Marysville Boulevard. Another event in my district is Hmong Youth and Parents United Sacktown Youth Night Pool Party at Grant High School from 4 to 7. This is free for youth, for the first 60 youth, free food as well. And on June 1st, we will be hosting a Dixie Ann Neighborhood Cleanup and compliments of the Dixie Ann Neighborhood Cleanup Green Alleys project that we approved today. This will be the last cleanup of the alley before we begin construction. And so that is Saturday, June 1st, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. And we are still looking for more volunteers to join us.
All right, thank you. And Councilmember Guerra.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. One, I wanted to thank a Tahoe Park resident, also leader in our and supporter for our Veterans Affairs, VFW Hall Local Post 67, and also one of our organizers for Las Madres Mexicanas de Guerra y el Soldado, who are Rosie Gaitan. I want to thank you for putting together the celebration and recognition and remembrance of those who paid the ultimate price this Memorial Day on Monday. And wanted to also thank all of those involved, especially Las Madres Mexicanas de Guerra, who wanted to make sure that anyone who served and paid the ultimate price were never forgotten. A little history for Sacramento: we have a very special monument called El Soldado. Right now, it's covered because of the construction, but after World War II, many of the soldiers who came back and those who didn't were forgotten, and many of them were of Mexican descent. Some were Mexican themselves who lived here and served and gave their life for our country and for the liberties and of those and to fight against the atrocities that were happening to those during the Holocaust. But yet, when they came back here, they weren't recognized, and they weren't, and they were treated as second-class citizens. And it's an important thing that the madres, the mothers of those veterans, pulled together through the sale of a lot of tamales. And they always do a tamale sale. And on May 10th, during Mexican Mother's Day, they do a lot of tamale sales today to be able to have a ivory statue commissioned. This was in the 1950s, so you can imagine how many tamales they had to actually sell to make sure that no soldier, regardless of their ethnicity, was ever forgotten for the ultimate price that they gave for our country, for those. So wanted to thank Rosie Gaitan. She's a resident of District 6, but all of those involved for their work in making sure that we never forget. It was, it may be a holiday for some, but it's actually a remembrance of those who paid the ultimate price. Thank you, Vice Mayor, and again, wishing everyone a wonderful Memorial Day for those families. And for those that did come back, welcome home. And thank you again.
Thank you, and very aptly noted. So we look forward to Memorial Day. I have members of my family that have served and have passed as well during their service. So important to know. Okay, I plugged both of these last week, so I'm just going to say them very briefly. We do have tomorrow night our 311 workshop. That's at the Sacramento Native American Health Center, South Sacramento Community Room near Luther Burbank High School from 6 to 7:30. So come on down, learn how to use 311 to your advantage. And thank you to our city staff who are going to be there to do that. And then on Friday, we're doing a movie night at McClatchy Park. We'll be showing Encanto. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to have ice cream and popcorn machine and bring your own blankets and seats. So I hope to see you there. And that's going to be at sunset, so around 7:30, 7:45-ish. Meet us there. And so I see that we have a wonderful showing of individuals from our police department in the back of the room. And so I'm going to be passing it over to Councilmember Kaplan to do an adjourn in memory.
Okay.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, are you okay? Okay. I have two, and I see our Public Works Director, Mr. Ironman, is still here because I know the passing of your colleague, Public Works family member, Gabrielle Morales, who worked in Public Works for 27 years and just passed away, has affected you personally, and I know it has affected the rest of our city. So he was a dedicated public servant, and he was in our street maintenance division. And he was not only an outstanding employee, but also a person greatly admired by his colleagues. And I can see that with your leadership and still being here. His passion for public service ran deep, and in his absence will be profoundly felt by many. I hope we can honor his memory today and throughout the year and extend our heartfelt condolences to his loved ones. His memory is a blessing, and he will be greatly missed. And I'd also like to, as colleagues, we see our officers here in the back of chambers. You know, our city of Sacramento lost a young man. And this is personal to me because he was a young father. He had a 14-month-old. And it is truly tragic that the city of Sacramento lost Officer Daniel Bartlett on May 9th because his loss was sudden, his loss was tragic, and it was not expected by his family. Daniel will be remembered for his dedicated service and commitment to the Sacramento Police Department and its family. He had over 4 years of service with the city of Sacramento and was currently assigned to South Patrol. I also want to thank PORAC and our SPOA for raising funds for his wife and 14-month-old son. He was the majority provider for their family. And this is an incredibly difficult time that they are having to go through. Daniel is told as a very kind individual, friend, an officer who exemplified the values of an organization that we as City Council want our officers to exemplify. His passing, as we all know, was unexpected, and it is an extremely tragic loss to our department, our community, and our family. My sincere and deepest condolences go out to the Bartlett family, friends, teammates, colleagues here in the city of Sacramento, because this is a difficult time when you think about losing somebody who had a bright future ahead and a family ahead. So may his memory be a blessing, and his family know they're in our hearts and in our prayers. And I'd like a moment of silence to respect the loss of both of our city employees.
That was very well said. Thank you, Councilmember Kaplan. And so with that, we adjourn in memory of Officer Daniel Bartlett and Public Works retiree Gabrielle Morales at 10:11 p.m. We are adjourned.